Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Sect Leader. The Ant Beast is a high-level heavenly tribulation realm beast. I can't defeat it. Quickly send reinforcements. Within the Divine Sound Sect's main hall, the sect leader, Lian Shanin, and the other powerful beings looked at the distress call with grim expressions. This ant beast doesn't seem simple. Forget it, everyone. Follow me. The sect leader, Lian Shanin, stood up. Her aura turned cold as her third-level heavenly tribulation realm cultivation erupted. Sect leader, you've broken through again? All the elders were overjoyed. A third-level heavenly tribulation realm cultivator was one of the leading forces in the Beihuang continent. Come out. Lian Shanin smiled. Her entire body exuded a valiant aura that did not lose out to men. Several beams of light flew out from the Divine Sound Sect and landed outside Daong Town in a few seconds. Sect leader, this is the ant. Sun Wukong saw that sect leader Lian Shanin had personally come to help and instantly felt more confident. He pointed at the chaotic ant. Slap. However, when he finished speaking, the chaotic ant smacked again, and Sun Wukong fell to the ground. Humph, how dare you hurt my disciples? Set up the formation. Lian Shanin's face turned gloomy, and she shouted out coldly. The elders behind her formed a formation as the sounds of the zither clashed in the air. The zither sounds seemed to flow in the mountains and streams, and the chirping of hundreds of birds formed a natural sound of nature. The sound of the zither was melodic and gentle. Just listening to it made one's heart calm and intoxicated. Sect leader's divine tune is great. Feng Lin and Ziyu, who had their backs against the huge rock and were shivering, grinned with their pig-like faces. Even the two of them fell into it and were momentarily dazed. This was the terrifying part of practicing the divine tune. The beautiful sounds of nature made people feel as if they were in a valley, looking at the peak and calming their hearts, forgetting all the world's troubles, forgetting to resist, forgetting to fight, and then being obliterated by the hidden killing intent. It was called the God-practicing tune because, according to the records of the Divine Sound Sect, this tune had once killed a god. Heb, the chaotic ant sneered and moved its feelers. It took the zither from Feng Ling's ring. Then he gently prodded it. Clang. The sound of a zither rang out. Lian Shanin's heavenly sound seemed to be swallowed up in an instant. No matter how Lian Shanin played the zither, he could no longer make a sound. Great sound of hope. In an instant, Lian Shanin and the others' expressions changed. The spiritual instruments in their hands seemed to have lost their souls as they fell to the ground. Feng Ling and Ziyu's faces turned pale. This was the great Tao that the old ancestor wanted to impart to them. This was the great sound of hope recorded in the sect's records. The loud sound was the most beautiful in the world. It could just be a note or it could be a song. As soon as the loud voice came out, all sounds became silent. This was the realm the founder of the Divine Sound Sect had been pursuing all his life. Greetings, Senior. Lian Shanin's entire body trembled in excitement. Tears welled up in her beautiful eyes as she knelt. Listening to the baptism of the great sound of hope, the barrier of the realm in her body disappeared like water flowing into a channel. Boom. Heavenly Tribulation Realm 4th level. Lian Shanin's aura fluctuated as she broke through. Greetings, Senior. Upon seeing this, the elders knelt one after another. How could they not understand that the ant in front of them was neither a demon king nor a demon emperor? It was an existence that surpassed the demon emperor. Don't make any noise during rest time. Master doesn't like it. The chaotic ant plucked the strings again, and the power of the zither carved a line of words on the ground. Yes, Lian Shanin replied hurriedly, shocked. She recalled Feng Ling's description and instantly understood. It was noon when Feng Ling was playing the zither. It was the sound of the zither that had disturbed the master behind this senior. Hiss! Lian Shanin gasped. This senior ant god could produce loud sounds with a wave of his hand. Even the founding ancestor of the Divine Sound Sect could only sigh in admiration at such a technique. Then the master behind the ant god was She didn't dare to imagine anymore. That senior was probably an invincible existence on the entire mainland of Tianyuan. Sect leader, what kind of existence is that senior? Feng Ling and Zi walked over. Their faces, swollen to the size of a wash basin, were ghastly pale. You two are so lucky. If that senior intended to kill, you would have been dead long ago. Lian Shanin sighed. She then passed down an order that all the disciples of the Divine Sound sect were to remain silent as long as they were traveling in the mortal world during rest time. Those who disobeyed the order would be expelled from the Divine Sound sect. The line of words that the chaotic ant had written had long disappeared. As for the Divine Sound sect, they had all returned to the sect under the orders of Lian Shanin to prepare for the Daong sect's tournament of geniuses that would be held in half a month. As for Lian Shanin, she went to the Qingyun sect. Hee, old Taoist Qingyun, I've broken through to the 4th level heavenly tribulation realm. You heartless man, wait to be beaten by me. Lian Shanin smirked. She had just broken through the heavenly tribulation realm 1,000 years ago. That time, she had lost to perfected Qingyun. However, it was different this time. She was acquainted with an invincible senior. This time, she would defeat perfected Qingyun. The chaotic ant returned to the small courtyard. At this moment, Xiao Changtian also woke up from his nap. It's comfortable. I can't cultivate as I did in my previous life. Health is more important. Xiao Changtian stretched his muscles and bones, again lifting Rongrong's neck and putting it back in the bamboo forest. What gift should I give to the Daong sect? Xiao Changtian took Alpha to the street again. Reverend Daong was a good person. He had even given him a piece of land, for free. The gift must be expensive, generous, and high class. Most importantly, he couldn't give them mortal items, and they had to have some immortal qi. Xiao Changtian was in a daze as he pondered. Senior. At this moment, a joyful voice was heard. Xiao Changtian was stunned. He raised his head and saw the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master. You're that fortune teller from before. Xiao Changtian looked at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master in confusion. He frowned. Could this person be setting up a stall in Daong Town? Seeing Xiao Changtian's frown, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master quickly laughed and said, I don't set up a stall for fortune-telling anymore. I'm just selling some small items and doing some business. As the Pavilion Lord of Heavenly Secrets explained, his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. He couldn't help but feel nervous facing such an expert. Not bad, Xiao Changtian nodded. It was great to admit one's mistake and correct it. Xiao Changtian lowered his head and glanced around. The stall contained 8 trigram plates, talisman papers, and other items. Xiao Changtian nodded. This could be considered the old profession of fortune-telling in front of him. Suddenly, Xiao Changtian's eyes lit up. He remembered that this fortune-teller seemed to have a celestial magical artifact that could detect lies. Since that was the case, he might buy the mirror and give it to Reverend Daong. Xiao Changtian stated his intention. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. What? You want to buy my mirror? The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master was stunned. The Heavenly Secrets mirror was a sect item passed down from generation to generation in the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. He couldn't sell this. The Heavenly Secrets mirror belonged to the sect, and he was going to pass it on to the next sect leader. Senior, do you want to take a look at other things? I have other treasures in my room. Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master chuckled embarrassedly. No matter what, he couldn't sell the Heavenly Secrets mirror. Sure, Xiao Changtian nodded. Naturally, he saw the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master frown when he mentioned his intention to buy the mirror. It was apparent that the mirror was a very important treasure. He would not force others. So, Xiao Changtian naturally would not force him. Senior, please, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master was overjoyed. If the senior wanted his Heavenly Secrets mirror, he would have to give it to him. Fortunately, Xiao Changshan did not insist. So, he invited Xiao Changtian into his room. Where's the treasure? Let me see. Xiao Changtian sized up the room. Other than a green futon and a bed, he saw nothing else. Senior, look. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master took out a large pile of treasures from his ring. These are all his assets. The senior could take them if he wanted. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was chopping wood in the small courtyard, Mu Jiahuang was feeding the green turtle, and only Chu Yiren did not know what she was doing. No, she didn't dare to do anything. The people in the small courtyard were all existences she could not afford to offend. Black Tortoise, Sky-Devouring Dog, Chaotic Ant, Panda, and the Emperor, any one of them was more powerful than her. Suddenly, Chu Yiren, the proud daughter of the beast-taming sect, felt defeated for the first time. The only person she dared to approach was Yi Fan. Yi Fan's aura was no different from a mortal's, so Chu Yiren didn't feel any pressure talking to him. Senior brother Yi Fan, I heard you are Senior's only disciple. Don't you need to cultivate? Chu Yiren asked curiously. She saw Yi Fan was either chopping firewood or fetching water every day. Yi Fan did everything that mortals did. He was even more serious than when she was cultivating. Chu Yiren was extremely puzzled. Yi Fan had become the disciple of such a powerful person. But instead of cultivating, he was doing what ordinary people would do daily. However, Yi Fan only smiled. I'm cultivating. After he finished speaking, he continued to chop firewood. A faint smile hung on the corner of his lips as if he was extremely satisfied with everything. All right. Chu Yiren nodded helplessly. In her heart, she guessed this was a kind of Tao the senior had given her. But she couldn't understand it at all. It's so boring. Chu Yiren cupped her face with her hands, placed her arms on the table, and sat down. She looked at the sky above the small courtyard with her big eyes. In her mind, Xiao Changtian's figure emerged. Then, the corners of her lips slowly curled up. She didn't know why, but when she saw Xiao Changtian, her heart pounded fast. A mysterious feeling welled up in her. It was as if she had seen the senior in her previous life. She felt extremely safe and warm even if she was just by her senior's side. In Daong's sect, many disciples were anxious. Half a month was almost up. However, the arrangement of the venue had not been decided yet. They were all waiting for Reverend Daong's orders. During this half a month, Reverend Daong did not care about anything else and had been in seclusion. Before he entered seclusion, he had ordered all the sect affairs to proceed as usual. What should we do? Are we going to wait for the sect to be exterminated? What's the point of the sect leader going into seclusion at this time? Could it be that he can directly soar from Golden Core Realm to the Heavenly Tribulation Realm? Not only did the sect leader go into seclusion cultivation, but the Patriarch also chose to cultivate in seclusion. Every one of the Daong sect's disciples had a worried expression as they sighed. Huh? Look, the roof of the main hall seems to be moving, a disciple suddenly said. Immediately, everyone's eyes looked over. Then a loud explosion was heard. Boom. A terrifying energy fluctuation came from the Daong sect's main hall. All they heard was a hearty laugh on the hall's roof. An afterimage directly flew out from the rubble. That afterimage was the Reverend Daong. Ha ha ha, come on. Reverend Daong's face was filled with joy as he laughed at the sky. His aura was brutal, and his red hair danced in the air. As soon as the Reverend Daong's voice fell, the dark clouds that covered thousands of miles and the clear skies suddenly gathered and formed a sea of dark clouds. The lightning was like a flying snake in the dark cloud sea, twisting and surging. It carried a terrifying aura as if it would fall at any moment. Nascent soul thunder tribulation? The sect leader is about to break through to the nascent soul realm? The disciples of the Daong sect were all excited. Now that he had broken through to the nascent soul realm, the Daong sect could rise from a 9th grade sect to an 8th grade sect. Facing the thunder tribulation in the sky, Reverend Daong's expression was calm. He had enough resources now. In his ring, to pass the thunder tribulation, he had stored a pill that could help him become a heavenly breakthrough realm expert. He was 100% confident that he could survive a small nascent soul thunder tribulation. Boom! With a loud explosion, a thunderbolt as thick as a bucket struck down Reverend Daong with a violent aura. Reverend Daong's expression was calm. He did not panic. He swallowed an elixir and faced the thunder tribulation directly. He roused the vital spirit around his body, and a sun appeared behind him. The sun released a seven-colored and blazing light as it slowly rose.
Bang!
The thunder tribulation, which was as thick as a bucket, collided with the miniature sun. The two extreme forces collided, and the explosive power turned into countless light streams, bursting out a dazzling white light. After the light dissipated, a light rain drifted by. Reverend Daong was bathed in the light rain. The aura around him continued to rise, and then stabilized. In his dantian, the nascent soul cracked open and took the shape of a baby. That was the nascent soul of the Reverend Daong. He had completed his breakthrough. Yay, that's great. From now on, our Daong sect will be an 8th grade sect. 8th grade sect. 8th grade sect. The disciples of the Daong sect immediately cheered. Everyone was in high spirits, and the previous gloomy atmosphere was swept away. Until a low voice rang out. But will our sect still be around in half a month? Hearing this voice, everyone fell silent again. So, what if the sect leader had broken through the nascent soul realm? Half a month later, the 3 first-grade sects would descend upon the Daong sect. Facing those behemoths, the Daong sect was in imminent danger. The disciples of the Daong sect lowered their heads in disappointment again. The sect was about to be promoted to an 8th grade sect, but now it was facing the crisis of being destroyed. Who told you that our Daong sect was going to be destroyed? Reverend Daong, who had completed his breakthrough, landed from the void and snorted coldly. But sect leader, half a month later, the disciples stammered. So what? Aren't they just a few first-grade sects? Remember, there's an expert behind our Daong sect. A first-grade sect doesn't have the qualifications to destroy my Daong sect. As for the competition venue, we'll just casually set it up. Reverend Daong said indifferently, looking calm. With that senior here, what could 3 heavenly tribulation realm cultivators do? When Emperor Jihuang made her move, she could suppress it with a flip. Not to mention the senior. After speaking, he walked away, leaving behind a group of shocked disciples. There's an expert in Daong sect. F***CK. That's breaking news. He doesn't even care about the 3 first-grade sections. What kind of expert is he? Could it be Patriarch Qi Yang? Impossible. Patriarch Qi Yang's cultivation level isn't that high. Otherwise, our Daong sect would have been a first-grade sect long ago. Looking at the sect leader's expression, it's true. Do you guys think it may be the janitor who sweeps the floor? Everyone became increasingly excited, and the gloomy atmosphere that shrouded the entire Daong sect had swept away. Countless cheers replaced it. They had forgotten about the intense preparation of the venue. With an expert around, what was there to be afraid of? Xiao Changtian did not know about any of this. He was in the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master's room, frowning as he looked at the gaudy items in front of him. Don't tell me all of these are celestial artifacts. Xiao Changtian looked at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master doubtfully as he thought. This wandering Taoist must have some connections to get so many treasures. However, it should not be worth much. After all, how could a wandering Taoist buy a real celestial treasure? At most, it was some ordinary spiritual artifact abandoned by cultivators or a half-finished product made by a weapon-forging master. Xiao Changtian had once heard that these 2 kinds of immortal artifacts were generally very cheap because they didn't have complete functions. Most of them were just decorations. Ordinary people would not buy celestial artifacts. I guess so. Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master nodded hesitantly. He didn't know how to answer such a senior. Even if it's called a celestial artifact, It doesn't seem to be precious in front of the senior. But it was indeed a celestial artifact. Xiao Changtian saw that the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master was hesitating and nodded his head. He had some thoughts in mind. Sure enough, it was just as he had guessed. It wasn't a good celestial artifact, just some defective goods. Then, I'll take this painting. Xiao Changtian picked out a painting from a large pile of treasures. On it was a picture of a raging flame. The only thing that Xiao Changtian felt was not bad was this painting. However, there were many flaws in the content of this painting. He only needed to go back and make a few simple changes. I'll take this painting. How much is it? Xiao Changtian said indifferently. Although he had used up the 20 taels of gold from before, he still had some capital that he kept as a last resort. Although this painting looked good, it was only average and could not be considered good. He had excellent painting skills, so he naturally understood the value of the painting in front of him. No need, I'll give it to you. Your guidance has already surpassed these treasures. Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master quickly answered. Out of the 100 taels of gold previously, the senior only took 10 taels. He already felt bad about it. Even though this Nanming Flames painting was extremely precious. Since the senior wanted it, he could not be stingy about it. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. Giving me for free? Xiao Changtian was stunned. He didn't expect this wandering Taoist to be so generous. However, Xiao Changtian felt he should not take advantage of the situation. How about this? I'll bring you a painting after a while. I guarantee it's the same as this one. However, it's just an ordinary painting, not your celestial artifact. Xiao Changtian smiled and said. Outside the Qingyan sect, Lian Shanin held her zither and floated in the air. She plucked the strings gently, and a melodious sound resounded throughout the Qingyan sect. However, the Qingyan sect's mountain-protecting formation made the sound of metal clashing. This was her newly comprehended musical power. Lian Shanin, are you done? Finally, a deep voice came from the Qingyan sect. Perfected Qingyun instantly appeared outside the mountain gate as his voice fell. Since you dare to come out, let's fight. Lian Shanin's lips curled up. The charm of a mature woman was directly emitted, causing the disciples on duty to reveal infatuated expressions. I'm not afraid of you. You're the loser. Perfected Qingyun snorted and disappeared. Even if they wanted to fight, they couldn't do it in front of the Qingyan sect. Lian Shanin chuckled. She was now at the 4th level of the heavenly tribulation realm, so her confidence exceeded. She immediately followed. Then, the disciples guarding the mountain could only see bursts of vital spirit light in the sky. They could not see anything else. In the hall, Hu Qingyun circled Wang Luoli. Junior sister, why aren't you worried when the master fights with someone? The sect leader of the Divine Sound sect was able to shake the mountain's protective formation, so she's obviously an expert at the 4th level of the heavenly tribulation realm. Our master is only at the 3rd level of the heavenly tribulation realm. Hu Qingyun was extremely nervous. When 2 heavenly tribulation realm experts fought, no matter which side won, it would leave a significant injury. Oh, I forgot to tell you. A few days ago, the master comprehended the senior's calligraphy and had already crossed the 5th level of the heavenly tribulation realm, Wang Luoli said indifferently. Oh, I see. Hearing this, Hu Qingyun let out a sigh of relief. No wonder, according to his master's personality, he dared to fight with someone stronger than him. It almost shocked him. So it wasn't that. In the distant sky, Lian Shanin strummed the strings of her zither, and countless murderous and sonorous notes pierced through the void like sword lights, bombarding perfected Qingyun. Even the space seemed to be distorted. You're no match to me. Perfected Qingyun's expression was calm as he threw out a group of attacks. The sword rays formed by the sound waves were instantly shattered. Kacha! The sound of the long sword shattering could be heard in the air. What? You've reached the 5th level of the heavenly tribulation realm? I'm not playing anymore. It's not fun. Lian Shanin's expression changed. She kept her zither and prepared to leave. However, perfected Qingyun suddenly appeared next to Lian Shanin and hugged her slender waist. 2 hours later, perfected Qingyun and Lian Shanin lay in the grass and gasped for breath. They looked satisfied.
Sigh.
I haven't told Luo Li that I'm her mother for all these years. Will she hate me? Lian Shanin leaned against perfected Qingyun with a helpless expression on her face. Thinking back to the past, the two of them were the core disciples of the Qingyun sect. However, when they investigated, they discovered that their masters' deaths were related to a patriarch of the Divine Sound sect. Thus, Lian Shanin changed her sect and voluntarily destroyed her cultivation. She changed her appearance and entered the Divine Sound sect to investigate the truth. However, after so many years, she had already become the sect leader of the Divine Sound sect. As for clues, there was still no news. Don't worry. Luoli is our daughter. She has never hated you. She misses her mother. Perfected Qingyun shook his head. I must take revenge for. I feel that I'm getting closer and closer to the truth. You and Luoli, give me a little more time, Lian Shanin said with a firm tone.
All right.
Perfected Qingyun agreed. They couldn't let go of their grudges over their master's death. There's one more thing I want to ask you. How did you break through so quickly? Lian Shanin looked at perfected Qingyun with interest. She could only break through to the 4th level of the heavenly tribulation realm under the guidance of an expert. Moreover, she had heard that when perfected Qingyun fought with a Black Mountain Taoist, he was only at the 3rd level of the heavenly tribulation realm. Had he broken through to the 5th level in just a few days? It was a little bizarre. It's a long story, but to make it short, I met an expert. Perfected Qingyun told Lian Shanin about Wang Luoli's calligraphy and how he discovered that the senior was an expert. He spoke in an extremely respectful tone. After he finished speaking, he took out the calligraphy piece. Opening the calligraphy, Lian Shanin's face turned pale. The calligraphy contained a supreme sword intent. She instantly felt as if her brain had been struck by lightning. Seeing this, perfected Qingyun quickly put away his calligraphy. What a terrifying sword intent. Is there anyone who can resist that sword? Lian Shanin muttered in shock. Seeing this, perfected Qingyun smiled faintly. Back then, wasn't he just shocked? Qingyun, are you talking about the senior you met in Daong Town? Lian Shanin snapped out of her shocked state and realized something was wrong. She furrowed her brows and asked. An inexplicable intuition suddenly rose in her heart. It's in Daong Town. What's wrong? Perfected Qingyun asked doubtfully. Does that expert also have a very powerful aunt? Lian Shanin continued to ask. As a woman, her intuition told her that there was a high chance that the expert behind the ant was the same person as the one perfected Qingyun had met. Ants?
No.
However, that senior had a turtle and a dog with him. That turtle is the divine beast Black Tortoise. As for that dog, it's the divine beast Sky-devouring dog. Perfected Qingyun shook his head and said in a respectful tone. He had never seen any ants in the senior's courtyard. However, Lian Shanin's brows were tightly furrowed. The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was similar. That ant had surpassed the heavenly tribulation realm. They had one thing in common with the divine beast Black Tortoise and the divine beast Sky-swallowing dog that perfected Qingyun had mentioned. Powerful. It was ridiculously powerful. I think the expert we met might be the same one. Lian Shanin's voice was heavy as she slowly revealed her thoughts. What? Perfected Qingyun was shocked as he sat up from the ground, standing right in front of Lian Shanin. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. You also met that expert. Perfected Qingyun looked at Lian Shanin in surprise. Lian Shanin looked at perfected Qingyun, and her face flushed red. She rolled her eyes and threw perfected Qing Yun's clothes at him. Put on your clothes first.
Oh.
Perfected Qing Yun grinned and put on his clothes. As he put on his clothes, perfected Qing Yun listened to Lian Shanin's explanation and frowned. You're saying you met an ant that can play the zither? Perfected Qing Yun frowned. Didn't the senior's dog know how to play chess? Although he had never seen that ant before, he was sure the senior was the only one with such an extraordinary animal. Shanin, you almost all lost your lives. Perfected Qing Yun's face turned serious. He couldn't even describe how terrifying that senior was. How about this, Shanin? Go and apologize to the senior again. Remember, you have to be sincere. Otherwise, there will be no end to your troubles. Perfected Qing Yun stopped smiling and said with a serious face.
All right.
Lian Shanin nodded. After hearing what perfected Qing Yun said, she suddenly realized that she had been too rude. She didn't even apologize to the master personally. She was insincere. You should go now. The earlier you apologize, the better. Perfected Qing Yun said in a serious tone. He felt that this matter could not be delayed. In the small courtyard, the tortoise's 4 legs were sliding in the pool, swimming with its back facing the sky. Alpha was drawing a chessboard on the ground. Its left claw held a black chess piece, and its right foot held a white chess piece. It was playing chess with itself. The ant was crawling around in the bamboo forest. Only the panda took a bamboo shoot, hit on the bamboo pole, and ate the bamboo while trembling. It had no choice. It could not offend all of them. Doggy, are you bored? Suddenly, the tortoise in the pool turned over and looked at Alpha. Tortoise head, I'm not that bored. I'm studying how I can win master in chess, Alpha said indifferently. His eyes were still on the chessboard. Sai, don't think about it anymore. It's useless no matter how much you think about the master's level. Why don't we go out and play? It's so boring to stay in this small courtyard every day, the tortoise said again. It's not boring. I can go out with master every day, Alpha shook his little head. I'm bored. Let's go to the North Sea. I heard that it's very lively there, the tortoise suggested. When its master was around, it didn't dare to run out of the small courtyard. But now that his master wasn't here, he could play. Xiaoma, are you going? The green tortoise asked the chaotic ant. I'm fine with anything, the chaotic ant waved its antennae and said casually. Panda, come with us. We will bring you to see the world. Okay. The panda nodded its head thoughtfully. These were the 3 experts and they wanted to take it out to play. I was delighted to go. Then let's go. The green tortoise said calmly. With a swipe of its claw, the 4 of them disappeared instantly. Yi Fan, chopping wood at the side, looked at the tortoise and the others leaving and smiled. He didn't say anything and continued chopping wood. What was different from before was that the cracks on the firewood that had been chopped out were extremely smooth. There were no wooden spikes. But now, the firewood that Yi Fan chopped out had nothing. It was in a normal state, like a child picking up an axe and randomly chopping. It seemed that he was more like a mortal. The North Sea was the largest ocean in the Beihuang continent. The mainland of Tianyuan was similar to Earth. Land took up a tiny portion of the continent. The rest was the ocean. Thus, the demonic beasts of the sea race were also exceptionally powerful. In the past, the most powerful person in the human race would have been Mu Jihuang, who was at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation realm. However, on the surface, no one in the human race could break through to the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation realm like Mu Jihuang, except for a few patriarchs of the Zhongtian continent. However, those people were already ancient figures in the sect's forbidden area, struggling on their last breaths. Unless the sect was going to be destroyed, there was no way they would make a move. Compared to Mu Jihuang, who was a new emperor with unlimited potential for improvement, there was no comparison at all. However, among the sea race, more than 20 people were known to be at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation realm. All these years, the sea race would have wreaked havoc if it weren't for the 9 Phoenix Dynasty's suppression. At this moment, above the North Sea, The wind and waves surged, causing white waves to appear on the sea. The white waves rolled like white dragons. Grandpa, is there a 10,000-year-old soaring dragon under the North Sea? A young girl looked at her white-bearded old man.
Yes.
I bought this information from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master. The white-bearded old man smiled. For this information, he had given up all the wine he had hidden for 10,000 years. He was the patriarch of the Xingyun sect in the Zhongtian continent, one of the few people in the human race with a cultivation base of the 9th level of the Heavenly Tribulation realm. His age added up to at least 100,000 years old. 100,000 years ago, he had a Taoist name, Emperor Xingyun. However, after Mu Jiahuang reached the 9th level of the Heavenly Tribulation realm, he gave up the title of a great emperor. He only allowed others to call him Taoist Xingyun. Then, Grandpa, can you catch it? Cough. Xing Linger asked with a smile. However, the little girl only said one sentence before she started coughing. Of course. It's just a mere 10,000-year-old soaring dragon, Taoist Xingyun said with a smile, but there was a deep worry in his eyes. The little girl in front of him was the most outstanding disciple of the Xingyun sect. In terms of seniority, she was his granddaughter for many generations. She was born with the profound Yin spiritual body and was a genius that only appeared once in 10,000 years. However, her natural lung meridian was defective, which caused her to be unable to condense spiritual energy. Her current cultivation was only at the deity incarnation realm. If the damage to her lungs could be cured, her granddaughter could even become the second human emperor after Mu Jiahuang. However, they still could not treat the injury even after looking for famous doctors. Helplessly, after hearing that the 10,000-year-old soaring dragon could heal the lung meridian, Taoist Xingyun brought Xing Linger to the North Sea to try his luck. It's coming. Taoist Xingyun's expression changed. He could already feel a terrifying power fluctuating under the water. In the rolling white waves, a huge figure was approaching Taoist Xingyun and Xing Linger. Linger, watch how your grandfather makes his move. Taoist Xingyun stood up and released his qi. The terrifying qi of the 9th level of the Heavenly Tribulation realm burst out. However, the next moment he was shocked. In the sky, four extremely powerful auras suddenly appeared. Emperor Xingyun, long time no see. Are you satisfied with the trap we've laid out? The 4 9th stage Heavenly Tribulation realm experts of the demon clan stood in 4 directions, surrounding them. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. The 4 sea kings of the demon clan sneered, and their auras burst out. Ha ha ha, Taoist Xingyun, we've spent a lot of effort to lure you out. To make you believe that soaring dragon can treat the lung meridian, one of the sea kings even personally took action. The 4 of them fixed their eyes on Taoist Xingyun. There weren't many experts at the 9th level Heavenly Tribulation realm in the human race, but they could comprehend the laws at a deeper level, and their combat power was more terrifying. That was why the sea race had not made a move. However, in the dark, the sea race had been planning this all along. As long as the 9th level Heavenly Tribulation realm experts of the human race were weakened, the sea race could launch an all-out attack without any worries. Taoist Xingyun was one of the plans of these people. Despicable. Taoist Xingyun looked at the 4 of them and frowned. He was very powerful, but he knew he couldn't defeat 4 experts of the same realm. Moreover, Xing Linger was there. He could not let anything happen to her. Old man, don't even think about running. The soaring dragon has already sealed the surrounding space. Do you think you can escape with this little girl under our joint attack? The whale shark king sneered and threw a punch at Taoist Xingyun. The punch contained the terrifying power of the ocean. Like a giant shark, it came out to devour the sky and the earth, biting toward Taoist Xingyun. This was a unique attack method of the sea race. Their attack could be combined with their body. Furthermore, they fought on the sea surface, their home ground. They could continuously draw power from the sea. Could it be that I, Daoist Xingyun, have not made any progress after all these years of seclusion? Daoist Xingyun shouted angrily as well. He stomped his foot, and a huge galaxy appeared around him. There seemed to be stars moving in the galaxy. This was his star domain. In an instant, he opened the star field. He knew he could not escape, but Xinglinger had to leave. Old thing, do you think it's that easy to stall time? The four Sea Kings looked at each other and attacked with all their might. Boom! A huge force struck the star domain, and the stars in the galaxy seemed to tremble. However, Daoist Xingyun held on to it, accumulating his most powerful attack. He could only open up a short passage by striking out with this attack. He wanted to send Xinglinger away the moment the passage was opened. The four Sea Kings continued to attack, and the huge waves drowned the star. However, Daoist Xingyun was an experienced expert at the 9th level of the Heavenly Tribulation realm. Under the joint attack of the four, his expression did not change. Even though he did not counterattack and was purely resisting, the meridians in his body even showed signs of shattering. "Grandpa, are you okay?" Xinglinger asked nervously. Her young face was filled with worry.
Don't worry, Linger. It'll be fine.
Daoist Xingyun smiled and fixed his eyes on the gaps between the attacks of the four Sea Kings.
Now,
Daoist Xingyun was overjoyed. A light beam shot from his hand, aiming at the space next to the Whale Shark King.
crack.
With a crisp sound, a crack in the array in front of the Whale Shark King opened. "Linger, go." Daoist Xingyun was overjoyed. He took Xinglinger and turned into a beam of starlight, flying toward the crack. However, as he flew out, the space in front of him changed suddenly. The surrounding space was a cage formed by countless seawater. Hee, Daoist Xingyun, it's a pity I intentionally revealed that flaw to you. If it were any other time, you could notice it. But today, you brought another person with you. The Whale Shark King sneered. That was what would happen when you have things to care about. Despicable. Daoist Xingyun was shocked and helpless. He could only use all his strength. Otherwise, he and Xinglinger would be unable to escape today. Boom. Daoist Xingyun's power increased sharply, but the sea cage exploded. Linger. Daoist Xingyun was shocked. They could feel that the explosion of the formation was extraordinary. Their spiritual power would be seriously injured. He had no choice but to cover Xinglinger with all his spiritual energy and bear the force of the explosion. Slap. The huge shockwave exploded on Daoist Xingyun's body, leaving a bloody mark. However, after the formation exploded, he took Xinglinger and escaped. Go after them. Daoist Xingyun is seriously injured. He couldn't escape far. The Whale Shark King shouted, and the four Sea Kings went after Daoist Xingyun. Grandpa. Xinglinger panicked when she saw the pale-faced Daoist Xingyun. Behind her were four Ocean Kings. At the same time, the Green Tortoise and the other three appeared above the North Sea.
Huh?
The four Sea Kings again? Daoist Xingyun, running away in a hurry, suddenly saw the Green Tortoise and the others. He was instantly shocked. They didn't expect the sea race to dispatch 8 Sea Kings to attack him instantly. Daoist Xingyun, where are you running to? The Whale Shark King and the others had caught up. Several attacks were launched at Daoist Xingyun and his granddaughter.
Bang.
In the face of the 4 terrifying attacks, Daoist Xingyun turned around quickly and stood in front of Xinglinger. He immediately fainted. "Ha, so it's my demon race's Sea King. Nice to meet you." The Whale Shark King and the other 3 flew over, and when they saw the Green Tortoise and the others, they cupped their hands to show their friendliness. Sea King? The Green Tortoise felt that the name sounded powerful. Doggy, from now on, don't call me Tortoise Head. This name isn't nice. From now on, call me Sea King. From now on, I'm the Sea King, the Green Tortoise said with a smile. He was extremely satisfied with this name. Not bad. You guys have given me a good name. You can go now. I'll spare your lives, the Green Tortoise said indifferently. Several demons besieged one human. If this were before, the green tortoise would have killed these demons directly. However, these few people had given him a very nice name, so he would let them go for the time being. What do you mean, fellow Taoist? Do you want to compete with us for Taoist Xingyan? 4 against 4. Could it be that fellow Taoist is confident of winning? When the Whale Shark King and the other 3 heard the green tortoise's words, their faces instantly turned gloomy, and they stood out. The Sea Kings were experts at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation realm. Every Sea King was an incomparably arrogant existence. How could others threaten them? In an instant, the Whale Shark King and the other 3 were in high spirits. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. Well, you little rascals are trying to challenge me, aren't you? Go, Panda. The green tortoise looked at the Sea King before him and said disdainfully. Roar. When the panda heard its boss call it, it was instantly overjoyed. Boss Black Tortoise had asked him to do something. In an instant, the panda's body expanded hundreds of times, and the panda reappeared in the world. What? What's going on? This is the panda? The Whale Shark King and the other 3 Sea Kings paused. Facing the terrifying aura of the panda, they had no way to resist. Under the terrifying aura of the panda, they were like leaves in the face of the surging waves, ready to be destroyed at any time. Senior, we didn't know your identity before. Please forgive us. The Whale Shark King and the other 3 quickly admitted defeat. The panda's aura pressed down, but the tortoise, dog, and ant didn't move. The 4 of them were no match for the panda alone. Not to mention these few who seemed to be the big brothers of the panda. The mental state of the Whale Shark King and the other 3 had already collapsed. Where did these old monsters come from? However, as the Sea King, his reaction was still swift. The Whale Shark King and the other 3 instantly obeyed and hurriedly begged for mercy. However, the panda didn't listen to them at all. These days, even the panda had scared them. He was angry. How could he give up a chance to vent his anger? A palm smacked down on the 4 Sea Kings.
Bang.
The 4 Sea Kings still wanted to run, but when faced with the panda's furious slap, their bodies turned into a mist of blood and were blasted to death 1,000 meters away. After killing the 4 Sea Kings, the panda's mood instantly brightened. Boss, Sea King, did I do well? The panda shrank back again and looked at the green tortoise with a dazed expression. Well done. Come with us in the future, the black tortoise said indifferently as he looked at the white waves in the river. A 10,000-year-old soaring dragon was trapped and struggling madly. The Whale Shark King and the other 3 captured this soaring dragon. The purpose was to lure Taoist Xingyun into the trap. But now, the panda had killed the Whale Shark King and the other 3. The soaring dragon could feel the terrifying might of the 4 beasts. It was afraid of being implicated and struggled frantically. He was about to break the formation and escape. However, suddenly, a heaven-shaking pressure enveloped it, and the cold aura made it shiver, not daring to move at all. Please spare my life. Please don't kill me. The 10,000-year-old soaring dragon hurriedly knelt on the surface of the sea. Its long body was bent and prostrated, trembling in fear.
Don't worry. We don't eat meat.
In the future, if there's anything fun in the North Sea, let us know immediately, the black tortoise said indifferently, but a green light entered the space between the soaring dragon's eyebrows. In an instant, the materializations of the black tortoise, the sky-devouring dog, and the chaotic ant appeared in the soaring dragon's mind. Hiss! The soaring dragon was so frightened that he gasped.
My
lord. After 2 hours, the soaring dragon finally spoke in a hurry. The few people in front of him were legendary, peerless, divine beasts. The soaring dragon had already shrunk in size due to fear, and those rolling white waves had all calmed down. It was scared. The few people in front of it were supreme big shots. If he could get the favor of these big shots in front of him, wouldn't he be able to take off? At the first moment, the soaring dragon knelt on the ground and said anxiously, "I'll be able to do it, my lord." "Yes," the black tortoise said indifferently. He didn't expect that. Although he didn't find anything fun this time, he got a good name. The Sea King. This name is domineering. I like it. Doggy, Xiaoma. Panda, don't you think it's very domineering? The black tortoise was filled with joy as it looked at the sky-devouring dog, the chaotic ant, and the panda, Rong Rong. "Oh, yes," Alpha replied indifferently. He drew a chessboard in the air and fiddled with the game on it. The chaotic ant did not speak. Only Panda Rong Rong hurriedly flattered, "The Sea King's amazing. The Sea King is domineering." "Not bad. You have a lot of potentials." Hearing Rong Rong's flattery, the black tortoise cast an appreciative look at it. "Seniors, please save my grandfather." At this moment, Xing Linger cried and held the unconscious Taoist Xing Yun, asking for help from Black Tortoise and the others. She had naturally seen the panda kill the whale shark king and the other three with a single slap. Moreover, the panda was flattering the green tortoise. It was obvious that these people were all super experts. Since they were willing to kill the whale shark king and the other demonic beasts, they were naturally on the human side. Xing Linger instantly understood the key point in a few seconds. He immediately asked for help from Black Tortoise and the others. "Okay, I'll do it." The chaotic ant was about to attack when it saw the little girl cry for help. "No, you can't." However, the Black Tortoise managed to stop the chaotic ant. "What?" The chaotic ant was stunned. Its feelers shook, and it looked at the Black Tortoise.
"What?
You want to watch him die?" The chaotic ant said. "No, it's easy to save this old Taoist, but look at this little girl's body," the Black Tortoise said slowly. The chaotic ant looked over, and then moved its feelers. The profound Ean's spiritual body and inborn injury to the lung meridian? The chaotic ant was stunned. This was a little difficult to resolve. "Then, bring her back for the master to see," Alpha said indifferently as he played chess. "No, if we bring her back, won't master find out that we sneaked out?" The Black Tortoise shook its head hurriedly. When it remembered that its master had said he would make soup out of it, its body quivered. "Little girl, come to downtown station by yourself, but don't tell us that you've seen us before, do you understand?" The Black Tortoise instructed. Xing Linga nodded quickly while carrying the severely injured Taoist Xing Yun, but she was extremely shocked. These divine beasts were already powerful, but they still had a master. Then wouldn't the master behind them be even more powerful? Xing Linger was overjoyed. Wouldn't her grandfather's injuries be cured with such a terrifying expert? "That's great," she thought. "Senior, I'll remember it." Xing Linger's young face revealed a determined expression as she nodded. The Black Tortoise nodded. Then his figure flashed, and he instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he was back in the small courtyard. At the same time, Xiao Chongtian took the painting he got from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master and returned to the small courtyard. Outside Daong Town, Xing Linger, carrying the unconscious Taoist Xing Yun, headed toward Daong Town with a determined look in her eyes. The sect leader of the Divine Sound sect, Lian Shanin, had an apologetic look on her face. Her gaze was filled with apprehension as she stood beside the inn. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. Lian Shanin's expression was solemn outside the inn, and her heart was filled with apprehension. After listening to perfected Qing Yun's analysis, Lian Shanin understood how terrifying the senior was. That day, she was lucky or she would have died. Following perfected Qing Yun's advice, Lian Shanin arrived at the inn. However, she was extremely nervous. After all, if she were to barge into such an expert's courtyard, would she anger the senior? Or perhaps, the moment she entered, the big ant would suddenly attack again, and the terrifying power would directly hit her. At this moment, Lian Shanin was like a little girl who had just entered the cultivation world. She was extremely reserved. If the disciples of the Divine Sound sect saw that their usually decisive and tough sect leader was in such a feminine state, their jaws would drop. Forget it. I'll have to apologize to Senior sooner or later. Lian Shanin, when did you become so cowardly? Lian Shanin said in a self-deprecating manner as she revealed a bitter smile. Then she made up her mind. In an instant, she stepped out and came to the door of the small courtyard. However, the moment she got close, she was instantly stunned by the scene in front of her. She saw the Nanming Flames painting of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master. However, at this moment, a young master in a green robe was holding the 9 Phoenix Dynasty's Phoenix Feather Brush and drawing on the Nanming Flames painting. One must know that these 2 treasures were the treasures of the 2 experts in the world. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master was stingy, not to mention this Nanming Flames painting. Once this diagram was out, cultivators below the 5th level Heavenly Tribulation realm would find it difficult to resist. As for the Phoenix Feather Brush, as the sect leader of the Divine Sound sect, it had naturally attended the meeting hosted by the 9 Phoenix Dynasty. He had seen the Phoenix Feather Brush once during the conference. That Phoenix Feather Brush was the most precious item of Emperor Jiahuang. Emperor Jiahuang was a heroine whom even she admired. She had single-handedly become the #1 emperor after the Emperor Death era on the mainland of Tianyuan. However, these 2 treasures were now in the hands of the young man in front of him. How could Lian Shanin not know that the young man in front of him was probably the master the chaotic ant had spoken of? It was the supreme existence that she admired. Son, she was just about to call him senior, but the scene in front of her made her feel as if she had been struck by lightning. Xiao Chongtian was holding the Phoenix Feather Brush with a faint smile. With a wave of his hand, he was willfully drawing on the Nanming Flames painting. He looked extremely calm. It was as if they were just a few casual strokes. It was like a child picking up a paintbrush and drawing on the wall. However, as the brush fell, the originally silent Nanming Flames painting seemed to burn instantly. It was as if an unparalleled inferno had appeared in her mind. The countless flames between heaven and earth seemed to burn in the inferno. The terrifying flames contained the terrifying Great Tao of Fire. The entire world was destroyed in front of the Great Tao of Fire. All that was left was a sea of flames. Hiss! What a terrifying fire concept! What a terrifying painting technique! Lian Shanin stood at the entrance of the courtyard. She was shocked beyond words. It was as if he had been scared out of his wits. He was in a daze, and it took him a long time to recover. Well, this is barely acceptable. After finishing the painting, Xiao Chongtian smiled faintly. This Nanming Flames painting was an immortal magic treasure, but the level of the painting was challenging to describe in words. With the help of the Phoenix Feather Brush, he drew a few simple strokes on the painting. However, with his superb painting skills, he could still easily adjust the painting to its best state. Now, this painting is already of a very high grade as a congratulatory gift. Xiao Chongtian smiled faintly and put down the Phoenix Feather Brush in his hand. He looked up and saw an extremely valiant-looking woman standing outside the courtyard. However, the woman seemed to be in a daze. That was right. Lian Shanin was indeed in a daze. She heard Xiao Chongtian say that this painting was barely acceptable. Is Senior's realm that hard to predict? Could it be an ancient emperor? Lian Shanin was shocked. After a long time, she finally came back to her senses. She just happened to see Xiao Chongtian looking over. In an instant, his heart trembled, and he hurriedly bowed. Senior, I'm sorry to have disturbed you. Lian Shanin quickly apologized. She had already seen the painting of such an expert. She wondered if she would be angered by it. On her forehead, beads of sweat could be seen. Even her back was covered in a cold sweat. The Xiao Changtian in front of her was too terrifying. Senior? Xiao Changtian looked at Lian Shanin and frowned as he thought, who is this person? Why did she call me senior? He didn't seem to be as old as this woman. However, Xiao Changtian was slightly stunned. He suddenly recalled that he was painting just now. Could it be that she is another painting enthusiast? Xiao Changtian guessed. The more he thought about it, the more he felt his guess was accurate. He remembered that perfected Qing Yun had called him a senior in calligraphy, even though he was not a powerful immortal cultivator. This person must have been standing outside the door and saw him painting. No wonder. Although he couldn't cultivate, and the system didn't let him cultivate, his painting skill had already reached great success. Come in, Xiao Changtian said indifferently. Since she was a fan of painting and calligraphy, he would like to invite her to the small courtyard to discuss her painting skills. This was also an excellent way to relax. In the world of cultivation, there were not many people who loved calligraphy and painting. Yes, hearing that Xiao Changtian was letting her in, Lian Shanin was overjoyed. The senior didn't blame her, but let her in. So, Lian Shanin walked carefully, retracted her cultivation, and slowly walked in. Please take a seat, Xiao Changtian said with a faint smile and sat down. Me? Lian Shanin was incomparably shocked. This was a supreme expert, and she didn't dare to sit down with him. Of course, have a seat. There's no need to be so formal. Xiao Changtian smiled faintly and said to the room, Joer, there's a guest. Make some tea. Yes. Mu Jihuang, whispering to Chu Iren in the room, heard Xiao Changtian calling her and quickly responded. As for Lian Shanin, she sat opposite Xiao Changtian as if she was sitting on pins and needles. Her face was filled with nervousness and apprehension. Xiao Changtian smiled faintly. He could tell she was nervous, so he found a topic to discuss. What do you think of this painting? Chapter 37. Chapter 37. Xiao Changtian had a faint smile on his face. Since they both loved painting and calligraphy, he must have placed too much emphasis on etiquette. That was why the person in front of him was so nervous. Xiao Changtian understood, so he directly found a topic. As long as there was a common topic, even those silent could speak eloquently and endlessly. It was a saying from where he came from. Senior's painting is the most realistic one I've ever seen. Just by looking at it, I feel like I'm in it. It makes me feel like I'm in a sea of fire and in contact with this world of flames. Lian Shanin quickly answered, with a respectful expression. This painting contained the supreme great Tao of fire. Even she didn't dare to look at it for a long time. After watching for a long time, she felt her eyes begin to burn and hurt. Even her divine consciousness was starting to hurt. This was due to being burned by the law of fire. If she continued to watch, it would become extremely dangerous. There are still some flaws. Xiao Changtian shook his head. Although he was a great calligrapher, the original creator of this painting was not very good. He didn't handle it well in some aspects. For example, the light and shadow at the corners of the fire and the use of lines. From how he drew, one could tell that this person's painting skills were excellent, but he was probably just an aficionado and not a real artist. Otherwise, he would have noticed these details. Of course, it was also possible that he did not have a good foundation. Although Xiao Changtian had repaired the painting and covered the flaws with other methods, this painting forever lacked the inner charm that was difficult to make up for. Flaw. Lian Shanin was taken aback. The Nanming flames painting before her, whether it was in terms of art or the great Tao of fire, was filled with a fierce spirit. She really couldn't think of any flaws. Yes, the original creator of this painting didn't have a good foundation, which led to the difficulty of the post-production. It's like a house. It's easy to lay the foundation but not strong enough. No matter how gorgeous the house is, it will become fragile after a strong wind blows. Xiao Changtian explained calmly and patiently. Senior, do you mean? Lian Shanine furrowed her brows. Her face was filled with doubt. Even though what Xiao Changtian said was extremely easy to understand, and she even caught some of it, she still couldn't understand it accurately. Let me put it this way. For example, there are mountains, rivers, and forests. Only countless existences can construct this world. However, when the endless flames devour everything in the world, it is impossible for the flames to survive alone. So, this is the flaw of this flame painting, Xiao Changtian explained patiently. Although this painting described the ferocity of the flame in an extremely realistic manner, there were only flames in this painting. As the saying goes, solitary yin cannot grow, and solitary yang cannot exist. If only flames existed, how could this patch of flames still burn so vigorously? Even if 2 small stones were added, it might look abrupt and uncomfortable, but the whole painting suddenly became more charming, harmonious, and sophisticated. Xiao Changtian's expression changed as he picked up the phoenix feather brush and added 2 more strokes to the painting. He added a piece of grass. After the fire burned, it was pitch black. The grass was lifeless, leaving only some wood chips. However, in Lian Shanine's mind, within the endless flames, even though the grass had been burnt to the point where it no longer had any signs of life, when a gust of wind blew past, new grass would grow out. The grass was dark green and firm. Compared to the grass before, it was tougher and more vibrant. Then, the fire continued to burn, and the grassland lost its vitality again. However, the grass grew again, and the cycle repeated itself. The grass grew stronger, and the fire grew fiercer. The 2 destroyed each other, but they also relied on each other and survived. Suddenly, her expression changed, and her eyes lit up. She suddenly had a realization. That's right. I study the zither. No matter what kind of music I choose, I want to pursue perfection. But just like this flame in front of me, as the saying goes, solitary yin doesn't grow long. I pursue the ultimate music, but what if there is more noise? Her expression changed, and she wanted to try playing the zither with her heart. She didn't need to care about so many failures or the disharmony of the notes. She didn't need to care about the disharmony of one note. She would just return to her original state. I'll be happy when I play the instrument. I'll play the instrument when I'm happy. There was no need to pay attention to any rules and constraints, only the joy in the heart. A zither appeared in Lian Shanine's mind as she thought of this. She closed her eyes and played the zither in her mind. Countless notes burst out at the same time. It was as if she had returned to the time when she had just broken through the heavenly tribulation realm with the sound of the zither. At that time, she was still playing the zither according to her heart. However, after so many years of pursuing a higher realm, her mind was placed on how to play the ultimate note. How could she use music to reach a higher level and break into a higher cultivation realm? Under the subtle influence, he had forgotten the state of mind when he first came into contact with the zither. Wasn't it because she liked to play the zither that she could break through to the heavenly tribulation realm so quickly? If she were happy, she would play the zither. This understanding rose in her heart. Buzz. The long zither in her mind suddenly buzzed. She didn't need to play it, but she could already make melodious music. The sound of the zither rang out on its own. Lian Shanine was immersed in this melodious zither sound, and the barrier of the realm in her dantian disappeared without a trace. At this moment, her cultivation base had another breakthrough. The 5th level of the heavenly tribulation realm. Lian Shanine's eyes suddenly opened. Her eyes were bright, and her face was filled with joy. In just a few days, she had broken through from the 3rd level to the 5th level. That was something that she didn't even dare to think about before. All of this was because of Senior. The Senior was too terrifying. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Lian Shanine quickly expressed her gratitude. It's nothing. It's just a small trick, Xiao Changtian smiled indifferently and said. The Tao of painting and calligraphy was very petty compared to the great Tao of those immortal cultivators. As for him, he only had the system's support and some understanding of painting and calligraphy. The tea is ready. At this moment, Mu Jihuang came over with 2 cups of tea. Please have some tea. Mu Jihuang placed the 2 cups of tea on the table before Lian Shanin and Xiao Chongtian. Jihuang. Lian Shanin was instantly shocked to see Mu Jihuang. She was dumbfounded. That was Emperor Jihuang. Why is she here? However, just as Lian Shanin was about to stand up, Mu Jihuang smiled and motioned for her to sit down and not make a sound. Only then did Lian Shanin sit down in shock. However, she had never thought that the great emperor, the strongest human in the mainland of Tianyuan, would be serving tea. You two know each other? Seeing Lian Shanin's reaction, Xiao Chongtian asked in confusion. There was a temple fair before, and we met once. Mu Jihuang was the first to speak. It was a grand event of the 9 Phoenix dynasty and a grand event for Mu Jihuang to ascend the throne. Senior is a reclusive expert. We can't expose our identity as immortal cultivators. Otherwise, if we disturb Senior's peace, the consequences will be unimaginable. At the same time, Mu Jihuang transmitted a message to Lian Shanin using her vital spirit. Lian Shanin received the vital spirit voice transmission and nodded. Joer, since you know him, why don't you sit down and chat with him? Xiao Chongtian asked. Master, there's still something cooking in the kitchen. I'll excuse myself. Please continue your conversation, Mu Jihuang said faintly and returned to the kitchen. All right then, Xiao Chongtian nodded in agreement. Lian Shanin looked at Mu Jihuang's back in disbelief. She was shocked. Senior, she's... Lian Shanin didn't expect that the great Emperor Jihuang had just been serving tea. She even addressed Senior as Master? Oh, she is my maid, Joer. Xiao Chongtian smiled faintly. Maid? Lian Shanin's entire being was dumbfounded. Even the great Empress was a maid of this senior. This senior was genuinely terrifying. That was the human race's #1 expert, and she was serving tea. Lian Shanin was extremely shocked. Just as Lian Shanin was still in shock, an extremely tender voice suddenly rang outside the courtyard door. May I ask if you can save my grandfather? It was a little girl who looked to be only 8 years old. She was carrying an adult's body on her back, and her eyes were sparkling with tears. Her face was covered in tears, and she looked dirty. The little girl was Xinglinger. She carried Daoist Xingyun's body and followed the tortoise. Because she felt that the tortoise was so strong that the person who could kill her grandfather could not kill him, he would be able to save her grandfather. When Xiao Chongtian and Lian Shanin heard the voice, they both looked toward the door. Then, he saw Xinglinger and Daoist Xingyun.
Huh?
Someone's injured? Xiao Chongtian looked over and saw Daoist Xingyun in Xinglinger's arms. At this moment, Daoist Xingyun was covered in bright red blood. His white robe was dyed red, and he looked terrible. It was as if he could die at any moment. Help me save this person. Bring this person in. Xiao Chongtian looked at Lian Shanin. He wanted Lian Shanin to help him carry the heavily injured Daoist Xingyun into the house. However, Lian Shanin thought Xiao Chongtian wanted her to carry Daoist Xingyun alone. So, Lian Shanin stood up and walked to the door of the small courtyard. She picked up Daoist Xingyun with one hand. When Xiao Chongtian saw the scene, he recalled how Mu Jihuang had carried Yi Fan and was slightly shocked. Why are all the women here so strong? Chapter 38. Chapter 38. Lian Shanin carried Daoist Xingyun to Xiao Chongtian's room alone. Daoist Xingyun? Mu Jihuang was stunned. She instantly recognized the injured old man. It was the Xingyun emperor who had passed the great emperor's position to her. At that time, she had just broken through to the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation realm and defeated Daoist Xingyun, taking down the great emperor in one go. However, Mu Jihuang was clear that Daoist Xingyun had already developed the intention to retire during that battle. That was why he gave her a chance. Otherwise, how could she, who had just broken through to the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation realm, defeat the Xingyun emperor? At most, she would be on par with the Daoist Xingyun. Although now, Daoist Xingyun was no longer his opponent. But even so, the people who could hurt him on the streets were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Why did he suffer from such heavy injuries? You guys go out first. I'll treat this old man. Xiao Changtian said to Mu Jihuang, Lian Shinin, and Chu Yiren. The three of them nodded and walked out of the room. Emperor. Lian Shinin bowed to Mu Jihuang. Sect leader Lian, there's no need to be so polite. In the eyes of the senior, we are all ordinary people. Do you understand? Mu Jihuang's phoenix eyes squinted as she said in a low voice. Understood. They were all intelligent people. In an instant, Lian Shinin understood that this senior was hiding in the mortal world and playing around. I'm just curious. Who could hurt Daoist Xingyun? Mu Jihuang asked in a low voice. Daoist Xingyun was extremely powerful. According to reason, crossing the heavenly tribulation realm meant invincible in the era when the greater vehicle realm did not exist. A few sea race brats ambushed that brat. Suddenly, the tortoise's voice rang out. Senior Black Tortoise. You mean the one who injured Daoist Xingyun was the Sea King of the Sea Tribe? When Mu Jihuang heard this, she looked at the green tortoise respectfully. Seeing this, Lian Shinin also reacted. This tortoise should be the divine beast that Daoist Xingyun had mentioned, the black tortoise. She quickly followed suit and bowed. After paying his respects, his eyes scanned the small courtyard. Then, he noticed the divine beast ant in the bamboo forest and the grass in the backyard. Greetings, senior. Lian Shinin quickly greeted the ant. However, the ant only glanced at her and wandered into the grass. Phew. Luckily, my intuition was right. This ant does have the same master as the black tortoise. Lian Shinin was happy. Not long after, Xiao Changtian walked out of the room. Little girl, don't cry. Your grandfather will probably wake up tomorrow. It's just a small injury. Don't worry. Xiao Changtian looked at the 7-year-old girl in front of him and said with a faint smile. The old man's body was extremely tough. He had already taken care of his injuries. As long as he had a good rest, he would probably be fine by tomorrow morning. Thank you, big brother. An innocent smile appeared on Xing Linger's face. She no longer cried. Jewer, take the little girl to wash her face first. Xiao Changtian looked at Xing Linger's crying face and instructed Mu Jihuang. Yes. Mu Jihuang nodded in agreement. I'll go with you. Chu Yiren followed Mu Jihuang. Yifan, go and sell some firewood tonight. Get some money for us to have a taste of meat tonight. Xiao Changtian looked at the sudden guests in the small courtyard and could only give such an order. Yifan had been chopping firewood recently. It had almost filled up a small room. Yes, master. Yifan nodded. He carried the basket and went to sell firewood. When Lian Shinin heard this, she realized the senior had a disciple. She quickly looked at Yifan. After all, the senior was strong, and even Emperor Jihuang was only the senior's servant. Then how strong would the senior's disciple be? However, she was stunned at first glance. Senior's disciple is immortal. Lian Shinin was filled with shock. However, after the initial shock, she was slightly astonished. She looked at Yifan. He was indeed immortal, but his walking speed seemed to be very slow, but it also seemed to be very fast. It was extremely strange. She even saw Yifan smiling at her. She was dazed for a moment. She rubbed her eyes. When she looked at Yifan again, he had already disappeared. What? Lian Shinin looked at the scene before her and didn't know what to say. She couldn't tell if the senior's disciple was mortal.
Just like Xiao Changtian.
The feeling Yifan gave her was weird, like he was between a mortal and a cultivator. The feeling that Xiao Changtian gave her was that of an actual mortal. Could this be the realm of an expert? Lian Shanin was puzzled. However, Xiao Changtian did not notice Lian Shanin's reaction. Meanwhile, in a secret room in the Divine Sound sect, a tall old man had a shocked expression. You're saying that Lian Shanin has already crossed the 4th level of the heavenly tribulation realm? The old man sat on the futon with a ruthless expression. That's right, an elder reported. I thought of turning her into a human cauldron when Lian Shanin gets stronger. Back then, I killed her master because I fancied her constitution and wanted her to become stronger so I could devour her. However, her cultivation level is the same as mine. If I continue to let her stabilize her cultivation, my plan will be ruined. Set up the formation. When she returns, cooperate with my plan and take her down in one go. The Divine Sound Sect's Patriarch said ruthlessly. Yes, Patriarch. Below, Vice Sect Leader Qin Shou sneered. He had been eyeing the position of sect leader for a long time. Since the Patriarch was going to make a move, he only had to cooperate. He had no idea about the evil plan of these two people. In the small courtyard, Lian Shanin told Xiao Changtian how she had disturbed his rest by playing the zither at noon. However, she didn't expect Xiao Changtian didn't care at all. So, you like to play the zither too? It just so happens that I've recently written a score for the zither. Unfortunately, I don't have a zither. Since you like to play the zither, I'll give you this score. Xiao Changtian said indifferently as he handed over a page of his score to Lian Shanin. At night, everyone gathered in the small courtyard and had a meal. Lian Shanin took advantage of the night to comprehend half of the score. The following day, Daoist Xing Yun woke up early in the morning. Grandpa, that's great. You're awake. Xinglinger's surprised voice was heard from the room. Senior, you're busy. I'll take my leave. Lian Shanin also excused herself. After all, she had been out for a long time. Furthermore, she wanted to return to the Divine Sound sect and play the score. She could feel that the score contained boundless power. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. Divine Sound Sect. Lian Shanin rushed back from the courtyard with a look of joy on her face. After paying a visit to an expert, her cultivation broke through again, and she also received a song written by the senior himself. Right now, she wanted nothing more than to enter seclusion cultivation. Where are the disciples guarding the mountain? However, when Lian Shanin returned to the mountain gate, she saw no disciples on guard in front of the entrance of the Divine Sound sect. Her brows furrowed, and she suddenly had the intuition that a storm was coming, as if something was going to happen. After all, he had given the order that the disciples guarding the mountain could not leave their posts at any time. Just as she was puzzled, a disciple suddenly flew out of the mountain gate. Sect leader, the Patriarch, has come out of seclusion. Please head to the sect's main hall now, the disciple reported. He had just gone to report. Vice Sect Leader Qin Shou had already instructed him to do this. The Patriarch has come out of seclusion. Lian Shanin frowned. All these years, she had suspected that this Patriarch of the Divine Sound sect had killed her master. However, all these years, she had only seen this Patriarch of the Divine Sound sect when she succeeded in the sect leader position in the Great Hall. The reason he gave was that he had been in seclusion. The strength of the sect's Patriarch was above her, so she had not found any clues. She was elated when Lian Shanin heard that the Patriarch had come out of seclusion. She could finally get some news. You'll be on duty here. Lian Shanin instructed the disciple and flew in. In the main hall, a tall old man sat on the seat of the sect leader. He had a black Swana horn at his waist and was full of killing intent.
He sat down.
Fengling, Ziyu, Sun Wukong, and the other core disciples and elders who supported the sect were all trapped. What's going on? When Lian Shanin stepped into the main hall and saw this scene, her brows furrowed as she instantly felt something was wrong. Sect leader, run. The patriarch wants to kill you. Sun Wukong immediately burned the blood essence in his body to break through the restriction and shouted in panic. What? Lian Shanin was shocked as she looked at the ancestor of the Divine Sound sect in shock. She was just about to investigate the clues, and the patriarch was going to make a move. Sect leader, leave quickly. They have set up the killing array. Elder Sun Wukong continued to shout. Feng Ling and Ziyu, who were at the side, also quickly gave Lian Shanin a look. Haha, it's too late to leave now. Sitting on the second seat, Qin Shou sneered with a ferocious expression. He waved his hand, and a stream of light shot out.
Buzz.
A trembling sound was heard. At the same time, a light shield lit up in the hall. The hall door was instantly locked, and no one could go out. The killing array instantly closed. Lian Shanin, you will die today. Qin Shou sneered. As long as Lian Shanin died, he would be the next sect leader of the Divine Sound sect. It's over. If you left just now, you might have a chance. But now, you can't go. Sun Wukong shouted in despair. Feng Ling and Zi were also discouraged. Even though the patriarch's cultivation state was on par with a sect leader, they were already being controlled. The patriarch had the help of the vice sect leader and the others. The killing and trapping arrays were activated at the same time. He couldn't beat him, and he couldn't escape either. In Sun Wukong's eyes, sect leader Lian Shanin would surely be dead. Qin Shou and the others also thought so. Lian Shanin, are you going to end this yourself, or do you want us to do it? The Divine Sound sect's patriarch spoke coldly from the leader's seat. He opened his cold eyes and looked down at Lian Shanin. Qin Shou smirked. Very soon the position of sect leader would be his. Hearing this, Lian Shanin's face was filled with confusion. Patriarch, why do you want to kill me? If you want the position of the sect leader, I can give it up. Lian Shanin said indifferently. Even though she had her suspicions that the Divine Sound sect's patriarch might have something to do with the murder of her master, she didn't have any concrete evidence. There's no need to pretend anymore. Since you're about to die, there's no harm in telling you. I was the one who killed your master, Taoist Qingshan. Patriarch Suona sneered. He stopped pretending. He directly confessed. In any case, she was already in a situation where death was inevitable. Lian Shanin could not escape even if she had wings or screamed until her throat went hoarse. It's you indeed. Lian Shanin's face turned cold, and her voice turned low. Her eyes focused, and her gaze was extremely cold. It was as if 9 heavens of profound ice slowly swept across the faces of Qin Shou and the others. Those caught by Lian Shanin's gaze all shuddered as a chill ran down their spines. In the end, Lian Shanin's gaze finally landed on the patriarch. Even the patriarch of the Divine Sound sect felt his heart skip a beat when he met Lian Shanin's gaze. The moment his eyes met Lian Shanin's, the patriarch of the Divine Sound sect felt the threat of death. He instantly flew into a rage out of humiliation. Right now, he was surrounding and trying to kill Lian Shanin. However, he was threatened by Lian Shanin instead. How could he endure this? Humph, you've angered me. So, I want to kill you myself. The patriarch stood up and removed the black Suona horn from his waist. In an instant, everyone's expression changed. This is bad. Sect leader, move quickly, Sun Wukong shouted. Once the patriarch used the Suona horn, there would be casualties. Moreover, the Suona horn itself was extremely overbearing. Those trapped elders all had extremely anxious expressions on their faces. It's no use. Even though you've just broken through to the 4th level heavenly tribulation realm, you're still nothing in front of me. The patriarch's face was gloomy. He raised the Suona horn, and a loud and clear voice rang out instantly. The sound of the Suona was ear-piercing, and the terrifying melody caused Sun Wukong, Feng Ling, and the others to spit out a mouthful of blood. It was unbearable. Lian Shanin, you're dead. Qin Shou sneered as well. He was indeed no match for Lian Shanin, but the Patriarch was. If the Patriarch killed Lian Shanin, he would be the sect leader of the Divine Sound sect. Activate the killing array. He sneered and shot out another stream of light. Instantly, the killing formation in the hall was activated, and countless notes flew out like blades. The concentrated rhythmic attacks rained down on Lian Shanin. Sect leader, master, Sun Wukong, Feng Ling, and the others anxiously shouted. Beside Qin Shou, no one noticed that an elder's eyes focused as a message was silently sent out from his sleeve, bypassing the formation. Chapter 40. Chapter 40.
What?
The Patriarch from the Divine Sound sect was the one who had killed her master. They want to harm Lian Shanin? In Xingyun's sect, Perfected Xingyun stood up from his seat in shock after receiving the news. According to the information, Lian Shanin's current situation was extremely dangerous. Luoli, take your senior brother along. Bring all the disciples of the sect and head to the Divine Sound sect as fast as you can. Perfected Xingyun sent a voice transmission to Wang Luoli. He then turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the hall. Head to the Divine Sound sect. This old man fought with the sect leader of the Divine Sound sect a few days ago, and he's not satisfied yet. Now, he's going to start a group fight? Wang Luoli didn't know what was going on, but she still called Hu Qingyun and gathered the cultivators of the sect, ready to set off. However, Perfected Xingyun sent another message. Luoli, actually, the sect leader of the Divine Sound sect is your biological mother. After being afraid for so many years that Wang Luoli might have a grudge in her heart, he was trying to find a suitable time to say it. But now, Lian Shanin was in a precarious situation and was even trapped within the killing array. Facing the Patriarch of the Divine Sound sect, there was no way that someone with a cultivation base of the 4th level Heavenly Tribulation realm could survive. Perfected Xingyun had no choice but to say it now. It was likely that this would be the last time the mother and daughter would see each other. What? Wang Luoli's entire body trembled when she heard the news. She stood there in a daze. She had thought that her mother had died long ago. That was why her father had not told her until now. But now, her father told her that her mother was still alive. Wang Luoli was instantly shocked. She only felt that her mind was completely blank, and she was at a loss. This should have been a happy occasion, but she had just discovered that her mother was in danger. Junior sister, take some people and hurry over. Hu Qingyun's expression darkened, and he became serious. He rode his sword and flew toward the Divine Sound sect, bringing with him the many experts from the Qingyun sect that Wang Luoli had dealt with. Perfected Xingyun even burned his blood essence and turned it into a light beam. If anything were to happen to Lian Shanin, he would have the entire sect buried with him. Boom. In the main hall, the power of Patriarch Suona seemed to be able to pierce through gold and shatter stone. The sound of the Suona horn was overbearing and powerful. Sun Wukong and the others vomited blood. As for Qin Shou and the others, they naturally didn't feel good. The Patriarch is mighty. The Patriarch is so domineering. Even though they were not feeling well, the people who followed Qin Shou were still cheering and shouting. Whether they could kill Lian Shanin or not would depend on their ancestor. Humph. Hearing the cheers of the people in front of him, Patriarch Suona was extremely happy. He blew the Suona horn with even more force. The overbearing sound was like a small mountain. The small mountain was majestic and terrifying as it crashed toward Lian Shanin. Hee, old man, I didn't expect that after investigating for so long. You actually killed my master. My master treated you well in the past. Lian Shanin sneered. She casually took out a long zither and sat down in the void. She plucked the strings of the zither with her bare hands, and a few soft and gentle sounds came out. The Suona horn's power, like a small mountain, slowed down. Lian Shanin had yet to make her move. She was waiting for Patriarch Suona to answer her. As for Patriarch Suona, he only laughed in disdain when he saw his attack slowing down. To him, this was just Lian Shanin's final struggle to seek death. The old man Qing Shan has treated me well, but he's stupid. I got close to him because I found out that your physique is suitable to be a furnace tripod. Who knew he wanted to persuade me to go on the correct path, so I killed him. Patriarch Suona sneered ferociously as he started to blow the Suona horn again. The stacking of power and the descending array instantly broke the few soft notes that Lian Shanin had sent out earlier. Sect leader. Master. Elder son Wukong, Feng Ling, Ziyu, and the others watched as Patriarch Suona's attack was only 1 foot away from Lian Shanin. They all shouted anxiously. Outside the mountain gate, perfected Qing Yun also felt it. He used all his strength to hit the protective formation of the Divine Sound Sect. How dare you attack Shanin? I'll bury your entire Divine Sound Sect. A domineering voice rang out. A huge crack appeared on the Divine Sound Sect's grand formation. Hu Qingyun, Wang Luoli, and the others who had followed him were also attacking the mountain-protecting formation madly.
Bang!
A muffled sound of an explosion rang out within the Divine Sound Sect's main hall. The trap array outside the hall was blown up, stirring up smoke and dust. Behind the dust, there was no sound. The battle had ended. Shanin. Perfected Qing Yun exploded on the spot. His eyes were bloodshot, and he seemed to have gone crazy. The power around his body smashed toward the Divine Sound Sect's mountain-protecting formation without restraint. Each attack carried the weight of 10,000 kati. In a few minutes, the Divine Sound Sect's mountain-protecting formation was instantly shattered. Perfected Qing Yun turned into an afterimage and rushed in madly. Wang Luoli followed behind perfected Qing Yun and hurriedly rushed into the hall. Her young face and big watery eyes were already sparkling with tears as if she was about to die. On the other hand, Hu Qingyun was commanding the disciples of the Clear Sky Sect to surround the Divine Sound Sect. Elders, please help me. If any fish escape the net, please capture them. Hu Qingyun stood outside the formation with a grave expression. Shanin. Mother. 2 anxious shouts were heard. What are you shouting for? I'm not dead yet. A voice filled with anger and joy suddenly came in the smoke and dust. When the dust settled, everyone saw Lian Shanin stepping on Patriarch Suona. How is that possible? You've crossed the 5th level of the heavenly tribulation realm? Also, what was that song just now? The Divine Sound Sect's patriarch had thought that victory was already in his grasp. But suddenly, the tune that Lian Shanin's turn changed. It was a terrifying sound that carried an endless killing intent. In just a moment, his Suona horn could no longer be played. He was instantly defeated. Sect leader, please spare my life. When Qin Shou and the others saw this scene, their legs trembled, and they knelt on the ground. Sect leader, I'm a beast. Please spare my life. This old man forced me. Sect leader, you have to believe me. Qin Shou cried out loudly. Patriarch Suona, who was being stepped on, was shocked, and his face flushed red. You are worse than a beast. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. What old monster is that? _I. Chapter 41. What old monster is that? _I. Who is this old fellow scolding? Sect master, let me kill this old fellow for you. Qin Shou stood up and walked towards the Suona ancestor. He was filled with righteous indignation and shamelessly placed himself on the opposite side of the Suona ancestor. He, a bisexual like you, is a fence-sitter. You dirty my eyes. Lian Shanin said disdainfully as she slapped Qin Shou's head off. Qin Shou died on the spot. The people who followed Qin Shou shrank back in fear. That's great. Shanin, you're fine. Perfected Qing Yun picked Lian Shanin up and shouted happily. Lian Shanine blushed like a ripe peach as she was hugged. Put me down. There are so many people watching. Lian Shanine said angrily as she patted Perfected Qing Yun's shoulder heavily. Perfected Qing Yun coughed twice, and only then did he notice that there were still so many people present. Most importantly, Wang Luoli was present. He hurriedly put Lian Shanine down. Mother. Wang Luoli also rushed over. Her mood was like a roller coaster ride. Hey! Lian Shanine quickly responded and pulled Wang Luoli into her arms. Perfected Qing Yun also wanted to go over and hug her when he saw this heartwarming scene. However, Lian Shanine rolled her eyes at him. Why are you joining in the fun when you're reunited with your daughter? Perfected Qing Yun felt a little awkward, but it didn't seem right for him to stand alone at the side. Then he saw Patriarch Suona. Old fellow, you harmed my master and even dared to have designs on Shanine. A person like you should be skinned by 1,000 cuts and burned to ashes. As he spoke, Perfected Qing Yun grabbed the Suona Patriarch and beat him up angrily. Sun Wukong and the other elders were released by the people of the Qing Yun sect. Sect Master is mighty. Sect Master is domineering. A few elders followed. Just as they thought that the Sect Master would die, the Sect Master's anger actually changed. The terrifying aura of a 5th-level Tribulation Transcendence realm was instantly released. Coupled with that divine tune, it instantly suppressed the Suona Patriarch. Shanine, what's going on? Weren't you at the 4th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm before? Perfected Qing Yun, who had killed the Suona ancestor, walked over and asked curiously. Previously, when the two of them fought, Lian Shanine was still at the 4th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. However, he had already reached the 5th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm in a day. Wasn't this too fast? Wang Luoli raised her head and stopped the flood in her eyes. She also looked at Lian Shanine in confusion. Even the elder that Perfected Qing Yun had planted in the Divine Sound sect was extremely curious.
He was already prepared to help.
Who would have thought that Lian Shanine would be able to suppress the Suona ancestor with a backhand? It's that senior, Lian Shanine said respectfully, her eyes filled with respect. At this moment, he could feel how terrifying Xiao Changtian was. If Senior hadn't given her pointers and the zither score, she would have been in danger today. However, with Senior's plan, everything could be reversed with a flip of his hand. That Senior is really too terrifying. He can actually predict the future. Lian Shanine's mind trembled. In the courtyard, Daoist Nebula woke up. He looked at his body in disbelief. He had actually recovered in a day. Fellow Daoist Xingyun, Mu Jiahuang stood beside him and greeted him with a faint smile. 9 Phoenix, Great Emperor. Daoist Nebula was stunned. He looked at Mu Jiahuang and was surprised. Mu Jiahuang saved him? When did Mu Jiahuang's medical skills become so good? However, despite his surprise, Daoist Xingyun still smiled and said, "Thank you for saving me, fellow Daoist 9 Phoenix. It wasn't me. It was the master who saved you." Hearing Daoist Xingyun thanking her, Mu Jiahuang hurriedly shook her head. She did not dare to take the credit for her master. Master? Daoist Xingyun was shocked. Staring at Mu Jiahuang, he was dumbfounded. Fellow Daoist 9 Phoenix, what nonsense are you spouting? And quote. Even if you saved me and wanted to do a good deed without leaving your name, there's no need to make up a master, right? As Daoist Nebula spoke, anger appeared on his face. They were all existences at the peak of the human race, yet they still made such a joke. Did you think it was funny? However, before Mu Jiahuang could explain again, Xingling said, "Grandpa, it's true. Big Brother saved you." Big Brother? Daoist Nebula frowned. For a moment, he felt a little confused and did not know what these people were talking about. "Let's go. Follow me to see Master." Mu Jiahuang didn't explain and walked out of the room. Seeing this, Daoist Nebula followed him out. Then, he saw a young man chopping firewood. Every swing of the axe was like a mortal chopping firewood. There was nothing special about it. However, the more he looked at the axe, the more fascinated he became. It was as if he was comprehending some great Tao. Taoist Xingyun only came back to his senses when Yi Fan smiled at him. What happened to me just now? Taoist Nebula reacted and realized that his mind was in a trance. Looking at this young man again, he was still ordinary. Strange. Taoist Nebula was extremely shocked. Even though he had lived for 100,000 years, he had never seen such a strange thing. However, he knew that the cultivation of this person in front of him was definitely not lower than his. This was the vigilance of someone who had lived for 100,000 years. Greetings, Senior. Thank you for saving my life. Taoist Nebula hurriedly bowed to Yi Fan with extreme respect. In his heart, he could accept the fact that the Empress had acknowledged him as her master. After all, at their level, wanting to advance further was simply harder than ascending to the heavens. Elder, you're too polite. However, the one who saved you was master, not me. Yi Fan smiled faintly and returned the favor. He also knew Taoist Nebula, but Taoist Nebula did not know him. What? You have a master? Taoist Nebula was shocked. The young man in front of him had already made it impossible for him to pry into the mantras. However, this person still had his master. What kind of old monster is that? Taoist Nebula muttered in a low voice. Could it be an old monster that was even older than him? However, he was only saying it for himself. The old monster he mentioned did not have any negative implications. He was just lamenting that he had lived for 100,000 years and did not know such an expert. However, the black tortoise and the other divine beasts heard it. In an instant, the terrifying auras of the black tortoise, the heaven-devouring dog, and the heaven-murder ant directly crushed over. Ah! Chapter 42. Chapter 42. A merely damaged lung meridian. That's all. Chapter 42. A merely damaged lung meridian. That's all. Taoist Xingyun was so terrified that he fell to the ground, trembling. In his sea of consciousness, he saw a black tortoise that was as tall as the sky. Its 4 legs were like pillars that supported the sky. Endless seawater surged around its body as if it wanted to drown the heavens. A huge divine dog stood on the chessboard that was densely covered with chess lines. The stars were on the chessboard, and the galaxy was on the chessboard. It opened its bloody mouth as if it wanted to devour the sky and the moon. There was also a divine ant that walked out of the chaos. The aura of chaos around its body spread, and the infinite space collapsed. Black tortoise, heaven-swallowing dog, chaos ant. Hiss! Taoist Xingyun gasped. His cultivation of the 9th stage tribulation transcendence realm was nothing in front of these divine beasts. Facing these 4 powerful auras, Taoist Xingyun felt like he was a leaf in the wind that could be torn apart by the hurricane at any time. He sat on the ground, not daring to move at all. Oh, you're awake. At this moment, Xiao Changtian came back from his morning walk. Taoist Nebula walked out, but he was sitting on the ground, and his body seemed to be trembling. Xiao Changtian was slightly stunned. He was puzzled. Could it be that the old man's injuries had not recovered yet? It shouldn't be. According to his advanced medical skills and the old man's strong body, he should have recovered. However, Xiao Changtian still walked over to help the old man. As Xiao Changtian approached, Taoist Xingyun instantly felt the pressure of the black tortoise and the other divine beasts disappear. Is it this person in front of us? Taoist Xingyun was old and experienced. How could he not feel it? It was because of Xiao Changtian's appearance that the black tortoise and the other divine beasts withdrew their pressure. With a whoosh, he hurriedly stood up. Thank you for saving my life, Senior. Taoist Xingyun stood there like a lackey and hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Xiao Changtian. No need. It's not a serious injury. However, you need to pay the medical fees. Xiao Changtian waved his hand and smiled. Medical expenses? Daoist Nebula was stunned for a moment. This was the first time he had heard of the term medical treatment. However, it was understandable that a senior would ask for medical fees after saving him. But this time, he left in a hurry and did not bring any treasures with him. How should he repay senior? Daoist Heiyun hesitated. Xiao Changtian looked at Taoist Xingyun, who was hesitating, and paused for a moment. Did this old man not understand what he said? After all, the word medical was not common on the Tianyuan continent. After thinking for a while, Xiao Changtian said tactfully, "Spent a lot of money to save you." The clothes of the grandfather and grandson in front of him were extremely expensive. He had never even seen some of the threads on their clothes before. One look and you could tell that he was rich. Since he was a rich man, he had at least saved him from the gates of hell. It was not too much to ask for medical fees, right? I understand, but I don't know what senior wants. Daoist Nebula asked. He was at the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm and was extremely clear that it was extremely difficult to treat injuries at the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Senior must have used supreme divine medicine and great divine powers. The price he paid was not light. No matter what kind of spiritual treasure Senior wanted, he had to agree. The kindness of saving his life was not something that could be measured by cultivation resources, spirit stones, or treasures. Even if the senior wanted some treasure of Nebula Sect, he would go back and get it. Then I'll speak. You have to be mentally prepared. Xiao Changtian looked at Taoist Xingyun and confirmed again. He was afraid that asking for 20 gold taels was too much and would scare the grandfather and grandson. Your life-saving grace is priceless. No matter how much, I will definitely do it. Daoist Nebula said respectfully.
Yes.
Xiao Changtian nodded. It seemed that the old man in front of him was also a loyal and kind person. He would take a little less. 10 taels of gold then. Xiao Changtian saw the good character of the old man and directly gave him a 50% discount. 10 taels of gold. Daoist Nebula was stunned. Shock, doubt, fear, panic, and other emotions appeared in his heart at the same time. When Xiao Changtian said 10 gold taels, he was indeed shocked. Senior's great kindness only costs 10 taels of gold. Could it be that he had done something wrong that made Senior angry, and Senior wanted to chase him away? Do you want to add more points? Daoist Xingyun asked cautiously. Senior saved his life, and he only asked for 10 taels of gold. To Daoist Xingyun, 10 taels of gold was like a stone on the roadside. It was as insignificant as dirt. 2. Increase the bid? Hearing this, Xiao Changtian was stunned for a moment. Then he was overjoyed. It seemed that this old man was really rich. Compared to perfected Xingyun, he was much richer. Moreover, the old man had taken the initiative to increase the price. Xiao Changtian admired this kind of behavior. Then add another 5 taels of gold. Xiao Changtian smiled. 5 taels of gold, this. Taoist Xingyun was completely dumbfounded. What did he do wrong? To make such an expert like Senior not even want his own reward. Fellow Daoist Xingyun, Master has hidden himself from the mortal world and is now immortal. Everything can be done according to the etiquette of mortals. Just as Daoist Xingyun was in a daze, Mu Jiahuang's vital essence voice transmission notification arrived. Conceal the mortal world? As a mortal? Perfected Xingyun instantly understood. When one's cultivation realm reached a certain level, everything that one had once pursued and treated as treasures would become empty and meaningless. When he became Emperor Nebula, he had the same mentality. This was the state of mind that only invincible experts had. However, the senior in front of him had a higher realm and had reached the point of returning to his original state. He had chosen mortals as his starting point and played around in the world. After thinking this through, Daoist Xingyun understood that the senior had asked for 15 taels of gold, but he did not mean to vent his anger on him. Senior, 15 gold taels, I'll go to the exchange firm to get it. Ling Er, wait here, Daoist Xingyun said, and gestured to Xiao Changtian. He then walked out of the courtyard, pretending to go to the exchange firm to withdraw money. In fact, he went out to find a pawn shop and pawned a piece of jade on him for 20 taels of gold. This old man is really honest. Xiao Changtian looked at Daoist Xingyun's back and sighed. He didn't expect this old man to withdraw money without hesitation. It was indeed worth saving. Little girl, what's your name? Where are you from? Xiao Changtian sat down with a faint smile on his face. He looked at Xingling and asked gently. Xiao Changtian had a deep impression of Xingling's weak body when she carried her grandfather on her back and begged for help outside her courtyard. Big brother, my name is Xingling. I came from the Central Heaven continent with my grandfather. Cough cough. Xingling's tender face carried a happy smile as she answered in a childish voice. Due to her constant illness, she had been following Daoist Xingyun and had never interacted with anyone of her age. Even though Xingling was already 8 years old, her behavior was similar to that of a 5-year-old child. The big brother in front of him had cured his grandfather. He was a good person. This was Xingling's impression of Xiao Changtian. The Central Heaven continent, that's far away. Xiao Changtian was secretly shocked. This grandfather and grandson were indeed from a wealthy family. He had heard people mention that the Tianyuan continent was divided into 5 continents: North Barren Continent, South Bu Continent, West Bull Continent, East Victory Continent, and Middle Heaven Continent. Between the 5 continents, there was a huge ocean in the middle. It was difficult for ordinary people to cross it. In the ocean, there were also demon beasts of the sea race. They were all existences that killed without blinking. According to the residents of Daong Town, there was once a fisherman who was fishing at the edge of the northern wilderness sea. However, he was swallowed by a catfish sea demon that was hundreds of feet long. It was extremely terrifying. For ordinary people, there was only one way to go to other continents: using the Immortal Sex teleportation array. However, every time they used the teleportation array, they would have to spend a lot of money to exchange for spirit stones. 10,000 taels of gold could only be exchanged for 1 spirit stone. Those without a family background generally did not dare to cross continents like this. Ahem. While Xiao Changtian was shocked, Xingling coughed twice. After coughing, Xing's originally rosy and tender face suddenly changed. It became as pale as paper, and even her breathing became a little intermittent. Xiao Changtian was slightly startled. With his advanced medical skills, he could tell at a glance that this was not a simple cough. Ling come over and let Big Brother take a look. Xiao Changtian called Ling over. Although Xingling looked a little painful, she still listened to Xiao Changtian and walked over. Xiao Changtian observed carefully, and his face turned cold. This was a damage to the lungs, and it was congenital. In mild cases, it might cause the body to be weak and often fall ill. If it was serious, his meridians would be blocked and he would suffocate to death. It was extremely dangerous. Big brother, am I going to die soon? I feel so uncomfortable. Xingling's face was filled with pain, and her large eyes were glistening with tears. How could Xiao Changtian not know that Xingling was being tortured by the pain? She was terrified. Don't worry, Ling Big brother can cure your grandfather and you. This is just a small illness. Xiao Changtian consoled. But grandpa brought me to many famous doctors before, but they were all helpless. Xingling sobbed. That's because their medical skills aren't as good as Big brother's. Big brother will be able to help you recover immediately. Xiao Changtian patted Xingling's head, his heart aching for this little girl. Her lungs were damaged. If she had not met him, Xingling might have fallen asleep in pain. Fortunately, he had previously used the shell of the turtle to make some ointment. Neighbors with damaged lungs had only applied a little ointment and their lungs had recovered. Because the neighbors didn't use much, Xiao Changtian still had a big bottle left. Wait. Xiao Changtian walked into the room and took out the remaining bottle of ointment. He rubbed a little on Ling Er's throat. Go in and lie down for 15 minutes. Jiu take Ling with you. Xiao Changtian ordered. Big brother, really? Ling Er's tender face lit up with hope. It was obvious that she had been tortured by the constant coughing. Don't worry. It's just a small injury to the lung meridian. Big brother was able to treat this illness with ease. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. Senior, you must take this 100 gold. Chapter 43. Senior, you must take this 100 gold. 15 minutes later. Taoist Nebula pretended to exchange for gold. He walked into the courtyard and handed over 15 gold taels to Xiao Changtian. This is what I exchanged from the exchange firm.
Please accept it.
Taoist Nebula said lightly. His tone was extremely respectful and his posture was extremely low. In front of Xiao Changtian, he didn't feel any pressure. In fact, Xiao Changtian gave him the feeling that he was an out-and-out mortal. However, the more it was like this, the more shocked he was. Such an expert had returned to his original state and was already so powerful that he could not understand it. All right. Xiao Changtian looked at the 15 gold taels and was extremely happy. He looked at Taoist Xingyun and his favorable impression of him was already bursting. Sit down for a while. Ling is receiving treatment in her room. Xiao Changtian put away the gold and gestured for Taoist Xingyun to sit down. Heal. 1 foot. Taoist Nebula was stunned. Ling Er's lungs should be damaged. If I'm not wrong, it should be congenital. But you don't have to worry. It's just a small problem. It'll probably be better in a while. Xiao Changtian said confidently. Even if Ling Er's lungs were damaged, it would be more likely to block her meridians than normal. Ordinary doctors would not be able to treat it. However, it was not a big problem for him, who had advanced his medical skills. Moreover, although the turtle rewarded by the system was not a divine beast, the effect of the turtle shell being used as a drug primer was still surprisingly good. Previously, when he treated Yi Fan, he had used the powder ground from the turtle shell. The effect was amazing. Are you treating Ling Er's lung meridian injury? Taoist Nebula was stunned when he heard that. For Ling Er's sake, he had searched for all sorts of divine doctors and explored all sorts of forbidden grounds, even though these were not too difficult for him. However, despite his 9th-level tribulation transcendence cultivation, he stood at the peak of the human race. However, this congenital lung meridian injury could only be suppressed through various methods. This time, he had also captured the 10,000-year-old Tong Jiao to take out the gallbladder of the 10,000-year-old Teng Jiao, which had the effect of suppressing meridians. At the very least, it could buy Ling a year's time. However, these were only temporary solutions. Even if he suppressed the pain of his lung meridian being damaged, he still could not complete his cultivation. Innate defects were the most difficult to treat. Big brother, I don't cough anymore. I feel like there's a warm current in my body. While Taoist Xingyun was in shock, Ling walked out of the room. His face had turned pale a quarter of an hour ago, but now it had turned red. As he spoke, his voice was clearly raised. Compared to before, anyone could hear it, and he was much more energetic. Ling 1 foot. Taoist Xingyun was greatly shocked. How could he not tell that when Ling spoke, the qi in her body was clearly able to flow freely? This was a sign that his lungs had been repaired. Ling come over and let Grandpa take a look. 1 foot. Taoist Xingyun was overjoyed. He called Ling over with an extremely happy expression on his face. Then, a hand was placed on Ling's wrist. Hiss. She wouldn't know if she didn't look, but she was shocked when she saw it. Taoist Xingyun was dumbfounded. Other than the fact that Xingling Er's lungs had been healed, there was actually a trace of terrifying sea power in her body. No, to be precise, it was a terrifying power that surged like the sea. It was a power that carried the supreme law of water. Is this the power of the black tortoise? Daoist Xingyun suddenly remembered that the turtle in the pond was the terrifying black tortoise. The shadow of the black tortoise that was as tall as the sky lay between heaven and earth. The terrifying aura made him tremble all over just thinking about it. The black tortoise's aura was too terrifying. This is a plaster used to treat the lung meridian. Although it has been treated, it still needs a few more courses of recovery. Take these plasters. Xiao Changtian said lightly and handed the ointment made from turtle shell to Daoist Xingyun. To him, this ointment could be found by the green-haired turtle whenever he wanted it. But Xingling couldn't. Xingling Er's body was truly damaged from birth. A body that was damaged from birth must undergo long-term recuperation and changes. Otherwise, it would cause other diseases. It's too precious. Daoist Nebula held a bottle of ointment in his hand. He could clearly feel the terrifying black tortoise aura contained in it. This was made from the turtle shell of the black tortoise, and its value had long surpassed any spirit herb on the continent. Furthermore, it was such a big bottle. Senior, this is 100 taels of gold. Please accept it. Daoist Xingyun had an idea. He immediately recalled that this senior in front of him had been playing around in the mortal world. It just so happened that other spirit weapons, magic treasures, and cultivation techniques were definitely worthless in the eyes of Senior. He even abandoned them like worn-out shoes. However, gold was something that experts who hid in the mortal world would accept. Therefore, Daoist Xingyun took out all the gold that he had exchanged for the jade. Senior, Ling Er's illness has already spread to almost all parts of the continent. Please don't refuse, or I won't be able to rest Kazi. Daoist Nebula immediately knelt down and begged. The tortoise shell was simply too precious. Even if the senior didn't want to pay, he couldn't take it for free. If he really took it for free, he would feel uneasy and unable to sleep or cat in peace. All right then. Xiao Changtian looked at the old man kneeling before him and agreed. The old man in front of him was a good person. He was the kind of person who would repay the kindness of others with a spring. Moreover, the other party had an imposing manner as if he would kneel on the ground and not got up if he did not accept the 100 taels of gold. If an old man knelt down to him, his lifespan would be shortened. Xiao Changtian hurriedly accepted it. For the old man, he could travel across several continents. The family definitely did not lack this 100 taels of gold. He could just accept it. Thank you. Seeing Xiao Changtian take the 100 gold taels, Daoist Xingyun's face was filled with joy. If the senior was willing to accept his gold, it meant that he had acknowledged him. Such an expert senior must not be offended. Then I wish you a safe journey back. Xiao Changtian said lightly. One of the grandfather and grandson in front of him was kind-hearted and adhered to his principles. The other was cute and sensible. However, it made people's good impression of him multiply. Thank you for your kind words, Senior. Taoist Xingyun and Xingling bowed to Xiao Changtian again. Go and see him off, Xiao Changtian ordered. This grandfather and grandson pair were too polite. He couldn't be rude. Chapter 44. Bookstore Preparing 1. Chapter 44. Bookstore Preparing 1. Please. Wind and clouds surged above the North Sea. The two terrifying auras were like mountains, causing the space to become extremely heavy. Mu Jiahuang stood opposite Daoist Xingyun with a cold and indifferent expression. Her phoenix eyes were filled with an unprecedented domineering aura. The aura you have now is that of Mu Jiahuang, who fought with me back then. Haha, come on. On the opposite side of Mu Jiahuang, Daoist Xingyun laughed and took the lead. After recovering from his injuries, it was Daoist Xingyun's first time making a move. He raised his hand and punched out, instantly forming a galaxy. The Milky Way roared. Countless stars trembled, and the terrifying power of the stars enveloped Mu Jiahuang. On the surface of the sea below them, the waves were surging, and the huge waves formed a water tornado that surrounded Mu Jiahuang. The terrifying power contained within it shook all the great demons in the deep sea. If the previous Sea Kings were here, they would also be terrified when they saw Daoist Xingyun's attack that contained a terrifying killing aura. Sister Mu, be careful. Xingling watched the battle from below. Her small face was filled with shock. This was the first time she had seen Daoist Xingyun in action over the years. Haha Ling, you should worry about your grandfather. Mu Jiahuang smiled and raised a fist. Her red long sleeves turned into a shadow and instantly broke through the galaxy. Bang! This punch seemed extremely slow, but it was extremely fast. It instantly landed on Daoist Xingyun's chest. With a muffled groan, Daoist Xingyun was sent flying. His figure retreated hundreds of meters before he stopped. Your realm? Daoist Nebula was hit by a punch, but Mu Jiahuang did not really use her strength, so Daoist Nebula's injuries were not serious. It was just some superficial injuries. With Daoist Xingyun's strength as a 9th-tier tribulation transcendence, he could completely recover on his own. However, Daoist Xingyun could not be bothered to recover from his injuries. He stared at Mu Jiahuang in horror, because he could sense that Mu Jiahuang's punch was just a light one. He didn't really make a move. Otherwise, he would not have survived. Could it be that you've already? Daoist Nebula stared at Mu Jiahuang with a pair of experienced eyes. He was shocked. An extremely bold guess suddenly appeared. That was that Mu Jiahuang had already broken through to the Mahayana realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to defeat him so easily. Yes, Mu Jiahuang nodded. The news of her breaking through to the Deshang realm had not been leaked, and she did not want to leak it either. She had been investigating the organization behind Daoist Blackfiend for a long time. She wanted to hide her strength and unleash it at a critical moment to completely expose that organization. Is it senior? Daoist Nebula asked again. That's right. Mu Jiahuang nodded. There was nothing to hide. Then, she transmitted her true essence, and a golden light entered Daoist Xingyun's mind. Breaking through to the Mahayana realm? Quote. Daoist Xingyun received Mu Jiahuang's vital essence message, and his body shook violently. It contained the method of breaking through to the Mahayana realm from the Earth Dog Fist. However, the laws of the Tianyuan continent have changed. The lightning tribulation of the Mahayana realm has reached a terrifying level. You need to estimate it yourself. Mu Jiahuang reminded. Then, her figure flashed and she disappeared from the North Sea. In the courtyard. As for all of this, Xiao Changtian had no idea. He was alone in his room, looking at the 150 gold taels on the table, feeling happy. I'm rich. You don't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life. Xiao Changtian smiled faintly and played with a piece of gold in his hand. His plan to open an academy was recalled again. Which of the many books on the blue planet in my previous life should I put in this world? Xiao Changtian began to think. After thinking for a long time, he still felt that the Tianyuan continent was the world of cultivators. Although those poetry treasures were accumulated over thousands of years, they were not something that cultivators were interested in. Every culture needed a specific background. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Changtian finally decided on 2 topics: myths and legends and web novels from his previous life. Let's start with web novels. Although it was often criticized in my previous life, it definitely wouldn't be out of place in this world. Xiao Changtian walked out of the room. Zhou go and buy some paper. Yifan, go and choose some bookshelves. Xiao Changtian instructed them one by one. He was prepared to write the basic novels according to his memory today. Tomorrow, he would test how well the novels sold on the Tianyuan continent. What about me? And me, I'm also very capable. Seeing that Mu Jiahuang and Yi Fan both had things to do, Chu Yiren hurriedly asked. He had been in the small courtyard for such a long time, but she acted as if she did not exist. He had no part in anything. She was like a person made of air. You, stay at home. Xiao Changtian was really worried. What if this silly girl found a random man to be her husband and was kidnapped? In this world, other than the person who created me and me, which man would not change his expression in front of a beauty? There were many good people in the world. However, there were also many bad people in the West. He would continue to wait for Maniac Chu to come and pick him up. But this Maniac Chu, his daughter has been missing for so long. Why hasn't he come looking for her? Are they really your biological children? Xiao Changtian expressed his deep doubts. I can help too, Chu Yiren hurriedly added. She didn't want to be invisible anymore. She wanted to think of a way to become Senior's concubine. No need. The two of them are enough. Xiao Changtian shook his head and lay down on the recliner. He closed his eyes and began to recall those web novels. In his previous life as an animal keeper, he did not have to be on duty every day, so he had more free time. After work, he would usually watch a few videos on the road, have a simple meal at home, and fall asleep naturally after reading a novel. He had even read some of the divine works over and over again and had a deep impression of them. I'll choose a few books from the red-haired emperor. After some thought, Xiao Changtian decided to test the reputation of the books on the Tianyuan continent. While he was deep in thought, a sudden fragrance suddenly surged into his nose. In fact, a trace of warmth was approaching him. Rongrong, go down. Xiao Changtian was thinking about something, but he immediately threw a hand out. Rongrong's body was wide and fat. She couldn't be pushed without some strength. Xiao Changtian had experience in this aspect. As a hand sends out a hand, the big hand sends out the big hand, the big hand, the big hand, the small hand, the big hand, the small hand, the big hand, the small 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 hand. Then he heard a crisp sound. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Even the great Tao was obstructed. 1. Chapter 45. Even the great Tao was obstructed. 1.
Ta.
11. A crisp sound rang out. A red mark appeared on Chu Yiren's face. Wu 1F. Chu Yiren instantly burst into tears. Xiao Changtian also frowned. Why was this palm different? He touched it again. A person? Chu Yiren stroked Xiao Changtian's head, confirming that it wasn't fatty. Rongrong, before opening her eyes in confusion. Then, he saw Chu Yiren beside him. Why is it you? What did you want to do to me just now? When Xiao Changtian saw Chu Yiren, his face darkened. He suddenly remembered the mailbox from before, and that trace of warmth. He instantly became vigilant. Has this Chu Yiren gone crazy? Did he treat me as his husband? 111 just wanted to the senior, quote. Yes, I want to massage Senior's shoulders. Chu Yiren explained, blushing. You don't even know how to lie. Don't disturb me. Go find Rongrong to play. I want to think of something. Xiao Changtian snapped at Chu Yiren. The little girl was young, but her mind was not normal. He couldn't cure this. Senior, Chu Yiren looked at Xiao Changtian with a red face. Facing Xiao Changtian, her heart was in a mess. However, he was unwilling to accept it. Senior was the only person who made his heart ache. She thought back to what her sisters had said about her taking the initiative to attack. Gritting her teeth, she steeled her heart, and her face flushed red. Her red lips moved closer to Xiao Changtian. Pa! However, Xiao Changtian reacted quickly. This lady was beyond cure, and he had to save her. He slapped Chu Yiren on the head. Ah! Senior, you hit me again. 1 foot, Chu Yiren had completely lost her courage from before as she said this in a wronged tone. Behave yourself. Don't think about those messy things all day long, Xiao Changtian said angrily. However, Chu Yiren acted as if she hadn't heard him. The wronged Baba left, walked into the room, lay down on the bed, wiped away the tears, and then the gaze became firm again. I will definitely succeed. Chu Yiren cheered herself on. In the courtyard, Xiao Changtian helplessly shook his head. This silly girl, luckily she met me. Otherwise, she would have been heavily injured by now. Retracting her emotions, Mu Jiahuang and Yi Fan also returned at this time. Master, you asked me to buy these papers. Do you want some calligraphy again? Mu Jiahuang asked doubtfully. Master's calligraphy contained an incomparably terrifying sword aura. Thinking about the calligraphy that Master had written before, he felt a chill down his spine. Yi Fan only smiled faintly and placed all the bookshelves in front of the small courtyard, waiting for Xiao Changtian's arrangements. I plan to open a bookstore. Xiao Changtian replied indifferently. He instructed Yi Fan to place a few bookshelves in front of the small courtyard and set up a small stall. Bookstore? Master, aren't you planning to sell cultivation technique manuals? Mu Jiahuang was shocked. Master's cultivation technique was a god-tier cultivation technique. Could Master be thinking of selling a book of that level for gold? Yi Fan, who had gradually become calm, frowned slightly. He knew how terrifying his master's cultivation method was. If his master were to sell it, it would shake the entire Tianyuan continent. What are you thinking about? I'm going to write my own book and sell it. Xiao Changtian said lightly. Even if he was selling cultivation technique manuals, he had to be talented. Where did the current him come from? I see. Mu Jiahuang and Yi Fan were both shocked. Fortunately, their master did not plan to sell the cultivation method. Otherwise, the Tianyuan continent would be in complete chaos. Bring me my phoenix feather brush. Xiao Changtian sat down in the courtyard and spread out the paper that Mu Jiahuang had bought. Yes. Mu Jiahuang answered and took out the phoenix feather pen, handing it to Xiao Changtian. Quote, in that battle, the two supreme deities fought to the edge of the universe, and their great Tao was destroyed. Xiao Changtian used the phoenix feather brush to write lines of words. It took him a few hours to finish writing. The phoenix feather brush is really good. After using it for so long, my hands aren't sore. Xiao Changtian smiled faintly. Then he raised his head and saw the moon in the sky. I should go to sleep. I'll skill storing tomorrow. After thinking for a while, Xiao Changtian decided to put down his work and walked into the room. He didn't notice the expressions of Mu Jiahuang and Yi Fan at this moment. What era is this? Who are these great emperors? Mu Jiahuang's magical energy swept across those words, and her pretty face was so shocked that it turned pale. She opened her mouth and said in disbelief. As for Yi Fan, he looked at the person with the same surname as him and was stunned on the spot. Heavenly Emperor Yi? Yi Fan muttered. Suddenly, a lofty feeling rose in his heart. Wasn't this the future he had been looking forward to? At that time, he was still the eldest young master of the Western Bull Continent's Yi family, the genius youth with the highest talent and the hope of becoming an emperor in the future. But now, he only smiled faintly. In his master's book, he had fulfilled all his previous regrets. After that, he tidied up Xiao Changtian's manuscripts, walked out of a small courtyard, and went to print them overnight. If it was before, I would definitely choose this path. But it's a pity that I met Master and gained enlightenment of an even more terrifying mortal doubt. Yi Fan smiled and disappeared into the night. In the night, the aura of a self-cultivator from before completely disappeared. In fact, his heart had become completely ordinary. In the small courtyard, Mu Jihuang stood rooted to the ground. Her mind was still recalling those figures, and she could not come back to her senses for a long time. She muttered, "Senior, are you someone from that era?" In the pool, the green-haired turtle was diving and spitting out bubbles. Alpha was still studying the chess manual, his eyes shining brightly in the dark night. It was unknown which bush the killing heaven ant was hiding in. The three of them fell silent. As for the fat Rong Rong, she looked at the few big shots and didn't say anything, hugging a bamboo shoot. The bamboo shoot was already in her mouth, but she didn't dare to move. At night, the moonlight was like water, quiet and peaceful. In the room, Xiao Changtian was dumbfounded. The blanket was covered with Chu Iren's clothes. Through the dim oil lamp, one could even see 2 pieces of undergarments. Chu Iren lay under the blanket, wrapped up tightly. Only his head was exposed. "Hoi, I'll sleep on the floor." Xiao Changtian smiled. Chu Iren was already asleep. He couldn't possibly disturb her, could he? Should he wake her up and let her out? Chapter 46. Chapter 46. Black Tortoise and Phoenix Fight 1. Chapter 46. Black Tortoise and Phoenix Fight 1. The next morning, the sky turned white, and the night passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Changtian got up early and walked into the house, ready to do printing work. As soon as he came out, he saw that there were already over 100 copies on the table. "Sherzuan, I went to store these last night," Yi Fan said respectfully. He also came out of his room early in the morning. He was going to fetch water. "Thank you for your hard work." However, in the future, he still had to sleep on time. Xiao Changtian kindly reminded him. In his previous life, staying up late to cultivate and dying was a very good negative example. "Yes," Yi Fan nodded. With that, he went to fetch water. This had already become his norm. Xiao Changtian didn't say anything. After all, he was seriously injured and survived. In addition, he didn't understand the immortal cultivation method he gave him. It was already very good that Yi Fan could accept the current situation and live a normal life every day. Xiao Changtian walked out of the courtyard and took out the recliner. He lay on the rocking chair and started to set up his stall again. After all, he was too lazy to shout. There might not be people who would buy it even if they shouted it out, and there might not be people who would buy it. Even if they bought it, they might not be interested in the book. Then he might as well not shout. Lying down properly was the correct way to live. Sure enough, they were proceeding step by step according to Xiao Changtian's guess. They had already reached the first step, but no one came. In the courtyard, Yi Fan was chopping firewood while the turtle and the others were discussing something. Fatty Rong Rong nodded, eating a bamboo shoot. Mu Jihuang was not in the right state of mind today. Her mind was still thinking about the things in the book. Inside the room, Chu Iren kicked the blanket away and stretched, revealing her perfect body. Then he touched the side.
"What?
Senior didn't sleep last night?" As Chu Iren spoke, a look of disappointment flashed across her face, and she began to blame herself. I had to wait for Senior last night. Why did I fall asleep by myself?" Chu Iren was extremely disappointed. Her plan had failed once again.
What? Days.
They lived peacefully. Xiao Changtian's bookstall had been empty for a few days, but no one had come to buy books. How troublesome. "Do you really want me to shout?" Xiao Changtian thought about it and decided to forget it. If he had the time, he might as well give 2 books to a few children. In Great Sun Town, other than the cultivators of Great Sun Sect, the rest were all mortals. Mortals could not cultivate, so they naturally wanted to gain fame and become officials. Therefore, the residents of Daeong Town were all educated. "Hey, Gooden, let me give you a book to read," Xiao Changtian said as he took out 9 books from the bookshelf and gave them to the children passing by. Thinking back, he was also at this age when he read novels. Children of this age were always full of fantasies. "Thank you, Tiangij." Gooden and the others took the book and ran away. Xiao Changtian looked at them and smiled faintly. In his mind, he seemed to recall his childhood that he could never go back to. The children ran further and further away and gradually disappeared. Sigh, pack up. It seems that this bookstore can't continue operating. Xiao Changtian looked at the sunset and knew it was time to sleep. Thus, she closed the bookstall, closed the door of the courtyard, and prepared to sleep.
Ding.
He issued a mission to feed the chaos ants. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in Xiao Changtian's mind. "Phoenix. Tisk." Finally, there's a proper reward. Xiao Changtian's face lit up. If the phoenix came out, wouldn't he be going against the heavens? The system had told him that these animals were completely obedient to him. Phoenixes were also animals. Before he became invincible, wouldn't he be safe with a phoenix protecting him? "System, I like you." Xiao Changtian smiled and said with great satisfaction. He walked towards the bamboo forest and took the corn to feed the tortoise, calling for the chaos ants. "Little Ma, come out." As Xiao Changtian's voice fell, a rustling sound came from the grass. The chaos ant walked out from the grass and took the corn.
Ding.
"Congratulations on completing the mission. Reward, Phoenix." The system notification sounded again. Woohoo took off. Xiao Changtian was delighted. He quietly waited for the phoenix to come to his side. He couldn't help but open his arms, wanting to hug the phoenix. This was the first time he had seen a divine beast. "I'm looking forward to it. JPG. Come, Phoenix, come into my embrace," Xiao Changtian said seriously. "Goo goo goo." As if sensing Xiao Changtian's enthusiasm, the big hen that had received the reward from the system jumped into Xiao Changtian's arms. Xiao Changtian's mouth was stuffed with chicken feathers. What the hell? Xiao Changtian looked at the big hen in his arms and was dumbfounded. Where was the phoenix? System, don't you need to give me an explanation? Xiao Changtian's face darkened. A hen and a phoenix, these were 2 different creatures, all right. In terms of blood relations, they were not close either. However, the system remained silent. Silence was tonight's. 2-2.
Ah.
Xiao Changtian was speechless, but for the sake of his invincible mission, he endured it. Then, he put the hen into the chicken coop and went back to his room to sleep. Goo goo goo. The big hen looked at Xiao Changtian. Why did Master's expression suddenly change? However, the big hen did not care. She raised her head and puffed out her chest as she walked out of the chicken coop as if she was inspecting. Sanguzi, are you still playing chess? Little Ma, you're here too? What is this black and white thing? The big hen raised her head and puffed out her chest, her tone extremely arrogant. The fat man looked at this hen, who dared to call him that. He was instantly furious and wanted to make a move. However, all of a sudden, he saw the hen's aura change, and a fire phoenix appeared behind her. The phoenix spread its wings, and endless hell spread out, as if it wanted to burn the heavens.
Sob.
The fat Rong was so frightened that she slid down from the top of the bamboo, her butt rolling on the grass, her arms drooping, her expression dull. Humph, Phoenix, you're really imposing. This is my little brother. Since when is it your turn to teach him a lesson? At this moment, Black Tortoise, who was sleeping in the pool and blowing bubbles, surfaced. Hee, Black Tortoise, don't forget who's the boss. Phoenix looked at Black Tortoise, still holding her proud head high. Bah, the winner and loser between the 2 of us have yet to be decided. In terms of boss, I'm the boss. The Black Tortoise was furious. Its aura instantly crushed toward Phoenix.
Humph.
Phoenix also snorted coldly. Her aura was sharp as she counterattacked. Fatty Rongrong was stuck in the middle, dumbfounded. They're fighting again. You two go outside and fight. In the grass, the chaos ant that was eating the corn began to glow red. The next moment, Black Tortoise and Phoenix were teleported away. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. What a terrifying power. _1. Chapter 47. What a terrifying power. _1. Teleported by the Chaos Ants, Black Tortoise and Phoenix arrived outside Great Sun Town in an instant. Black Tortoise, I must let you know today. Who is the boss? The rooster puffed out its chest and said arrogantly. Behind her, a Phoenix Dharma idol appeared. Raging flames surged, and the endless fire domain seemed to burn the void. Golden light circulated around the Phoenix's body, like a burning divine light. The divine light soared into the sky and illuminated the 9 heavens. Humph, so be it. The Black Tortoise also snorted coldly, and its aura erupted. The Black Tortoise Dharma idol that was as tall as the sky instantly illuminated the heavens. A silver river fell behind it, carrying the aura of boundless seawater. The Black Tortoise and the Phoenix were fighting. The space trembled, and the earth trembled. The boundless fire domain of the boundless ocean formed 2 completely different worlds. The battle lasted until the next morning. Early morning. As the weather entered autumn, a hint of coolness gradually appeared. Xiao Changtian got up early to take Alpha for a walk. However, just as he reached the pool, he saw that the green-haired turtle in the pool had disappeared. The hen is gone too. Xiao Changtian glanced to the side, and his face instantly revealed a puzzled expression. Could it be that a thief had entered? But why would a thief steal a turtle and a hen? In terms of value, there was indeed nothing valuable in his dilapidated small courtyard. The most valuable one, the 100 gold, was placed in his room. Looks like he ran out, Xiao Changtian said lightly. His small courtyard was too poor. It was impossible for thieves to come and steal. It should be the tortoise and the rooster, who ran out on their own. Looking at the hole in the corner of the small courtyard, Xiao Changtian nodded. It seemed that he still needed to renovate his small courtyard. 100 taels of gold was already considered a fortune for him. Alpha, let's go find those 2. Xiao Changtian brought Alpha along. A dog's nose was very sensitive. Bringing a dog along to look for him would greatly increase efficiency. After all, they were still going to the Great Sun Sect today. Today was the Grand Prodigy Tournament of the Great Sun Sect. The Immortal De Yong was an immortal cultivator that he had a good impression of, so he couldn't be late no matter what. Soon, Xiao Changtian walked out of the courtyard with Alpha. Chu Iren was still in her room. Xiao Changtian wasn't worried about 100 taels of gold. At the same time, the 3 sects, Zhongxian sect and Chongqing sect, were on their way to Great Sun Sect. In his hand was a magic treasure, a black iron box. There seemed to be a terrifying existence inside the metal box. It was constantly struggling, causing the metal box to shake. The disciples of the sect have already arrived. I have already told my disciples that they will cause trouble once they arrive at the Great Sun Sect. Perfected Zhongxian says lightly. I wonder if that expert from Daong Town will make a move. Qiongqing said worriedly. Hee, don't worry. I learned the Black Blood chessboard from Bloodfiend Taoist and the Exploding Heaven sect. How could the Great Sun Sect, a mere 9th rank sect, destroy 2 7th rank sects? It must be that person. Since that person has done all these things, he will definitely protect Great Sun Town. As long as he comes out, I will release this one. When that time comes. The other one laughed. Ha ha ha. The 3 sect leaders who were in the Crossing Calamity Realm sneered and increased their flying speed. In an instant, they had already arrived outside Great Sun Town. However, just as they appeared, Puff. Two incomparably terrifying forces, like the supreme Great Tao, directly sent them flying. The three of them flew backward as if they had been hit hard. They spat out a mouthful of blood, and a few of their ribs were broken. What happened? Immortal Zhongxian was shocked, and then he looked ahead. Hiss! At this moment, the three of them gasped in unison, their faces filled with disbelief. That's Black Tortoise. And a phoenix. The three of them stared straight ahead, their faces filled with fear. Their bodies could not help but tremble. They saw a black tortoise that was as tall as the sky fighting a phoenix that seemed to be burning the heavens. The power of the phoenix's heavenly flame was awe-inspiring, and the power of the black tortoise's boundless seawater was enough to overturn the sky. The two forces collided, causing the space in front of them to shatter inch by inch. Cracking sounds rang out, and endless spatial gales spread out from the spatial rift. Phew! After an hour, the three of them finally calmed down. Fortunately, the three of them are really lucky. We were only affected by the ripples of the outermost power. If it was the true power of these two divine beasts, we would have been gone long ago. Perfected Zhongxian and the other two felt extremely fortunate. However, after rejoicing, the three of them had gloomy expressions and were extremely puzzled. These two divine beasts were so terrifying that even when they faced a 9th-level tribulation transcendence expert, they did not feel such a sense of crisis. That also meant that the realm of the two divine beasts was above the 9th level of the tribulation, which was also the rumored Mahayana realm. But since there is such a divine beast on the continent, why was there no news about it before? The three of them looked at each other in confusion. On the other side, Great Sun Sect. There was a sea of people, firecrackers, gongs, and drums. In the sect, the disciples of the Great Sun Sect were smiling insincerely as they welcomed the people who had arrived. He looked perfunctory. "Hello, senior brother. Please come in." A disciple sat lazily on a small wooden table and called out weakly. He had been here since morning to receive them. At this moment, he was already exhausted. They were welcoming the cultivators who wanted to destroy the Great Sun Sect. What kind of attitude is this? You're only in the Foundation establishment realm, yet you dare to speak to me like this? A Golden Core disciple of the Zhongxian school said arrogantly. The sect master of a mere 9th-grade trash sect was not even as strong as an outer sect disciple like him. Before they came, the elders of the sect had already instructed them to cause trouble when they arrived at the Great Sun Sect. The bigger the trouble, the higher the reward when they returned to the sect. Thus, this disciple of the Zhongxian school directly picked on him. With a bang, he slammed his palms on the table in front of him. The vast palm force instantly smashed the table into pieces. A mere 9th-rank sect is so perfunctory when it comes to receiving disciples. Are they looking down on our Zhongxian school? The disciple shouted loudly, and the other disciples of Zhongxian school who had followed him also surrounded him. It was as if he was going to make a move at the slightest disagreement. Both sides were at daggers drawn, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Both sides were in a stalemate. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. What kind of terrifying expert is this? I. Chapter 48. What kind of terrifying expert is this? I. I think we should report this matter to that person, Daoist Zhongxian said as he took out a crystal ball from his sleeve. The crystal ball faced the battle in front of him and dripped a drop of his blood essence. The crystal ball emitted a blood-red light. The light lit up, and the figure of the man in the skull mask appeared on the screen. Could it be that you've already found that expert from Daong Town? The skull-masked man said slowly in a low voice. There was no sadness or joy in his voice. It was impossible to tell if he was happy or disappointed. No, Sir, we found two terrifying existences. Perfected Zhongxian's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Then the scene changed. Within the crystal ball, the scene of the black tortoise and the phoenix fighting appeared. Phoenix. Black tortoise. As the scene changed, the skeletal man's voice finally fluctuated. Through the crystal ball, Perfected Zhongxian and the others saw the skeletal man in front of them. He was originally sitting, but now he had already stood up. He was obviously shocked. What is this place? The skeletal man asked in a deep voice again. In just a moment, he calmed down and his voice returned to its usual emotionless tone. This is outside Daong Town. The nearby immortal Jade City hurriedly replied. All right, wait here. I'll bring my men over immediately. On the screen, a black shadow seemed to have appeared behind the skeletal man and was about to leave. But suddenly, the scene in front of them made them gasp. They saw a handsome green-robed man with a slightly angry expression on his face. With two slaps, he slapped the black tortoise and the hen on their heads. I thought you two were captured by someone and actually came here to fight. Xiao Changtian scolded angrily. Black Tortoise and Phoenix lowered their heads instantly. The turtle retreated into its shell, and the hen quickly squatted down, pretending to be well-behaved. In fact, when Xiao Changtian was about to arrive, they had already put away their Dharma forms. When Xiao Changtian arrived, he saw a green-haired turtle and a hen biting each other. The ground was covered with chicken feathers. A few pieces of skin had fallen off the turtle's shell. Alpha stood at the side, as if he had sensed something. His gaze was stern and filled with deterrence as he instantly looked in the direction of Perfected Zhongxian. Not good, explode. From the voice of the masked skeleton man in the crystal ball, it was obvious that he was panicking and chanting an incantation. In just an instant, the crystal ball in Perfected Zhongxian's hand exploded. At that moment, the crystal ball turned into a wisp of black gas, as if it had escaped from this space and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This, my lord. Seeing the scene, Perfected Jade Chung and the other two were directly scared silly. Even that lord ran away in a panic when he saw this person in front of him. What about them? Should he run? They really wanted to run, but the heaven-swallowing dog's gaze locked onto them. A terrifying aura made them feel like they were stuck in a quagmire, unable to move. Even the true essence in his body seemed to have been suppressed and could not be used at all. You green-haired turtle, you're quite bold. Xiao Changtian looked at the green turtle and said angrily, then kicked it. This scene was seen by the three of them, and their bodies trembled. This is the black tortoise. This person actually dared to kick the black tortoise, and it was so easy. What kind of terrifying expert was this? What kind of terrifying existence was this? They wanted to escape, they wanted to go home. At this moment, the three of them had the same thought in their hearts. And you, old hen. If you cause trouble for me again, I'll chop you and the green-haired turtle up and stew them into soup. Xiao Changtian glared at the hen and said fiercely. As an animal warden, he was very clear about the nature of these animals. He had to teach them a lesson so that they would listen to him in the future. Hearing Xiao Changtian's reprimand, the old hen shivered and squatted even more obediently. As for Perfected Zhongxian and the other two, they were so frightened that they shrank behind the huge rock and did not dare to move. Come back with me, then we'll go to the Great Sun Sect. Xiao Changtian said impatiently and brought the turtle and the hen home. It was not until Xiao Changtian left that the three of them felt the terrifying aura that enveloped them disappear. Whoosh! The three of them panted heavily. Their bodies were covered in sweat, and even their precious clothes were wet. Shall we run? Perfected Jade Chung immediately fled. No, we can't run. If we run now, all that awaits us when we return is death. I don't need to tell you about that lord's methods, right? Daoist Zhongxian was also panting heavily, but his expression had already darkened. Clearly, He was calmly thinking about the problem. Then what should we do now? He couldn't possibly go to the Great Sun sect, right? This expert is even more terrifying. Qiongqing asked in astonishment. Now, the three of them were in a dilemma. That's right, if we go to the Great Sun sect, we will die. Daoist Beishan said. No, if we go to the Great Sun sect, we still have a chance of survival. Daoist Master Zhong Xian's expression was firm. His bright eyes shone brightly. His brain was working rapidly as he thought about the current situation. Yes, we have to go to the Great Sun sect. That senior didn't kill us. Otherwise, with that person's methods, the three of us would only be a matter of him moving his fingers. However, since that expert didn't touch us, it means that we still have a chance of survival. Daoist Master Zhong Xian analyzed the situation step by step, his voice calming down. The two people next to him were also sect leaders. Otherwise, they would not have been used by the man wearing the skull mask. Soon they reacted. Right, we have to go to the Great Sun sect now. This is our chance. As long as we obtain the protection of that senior, we can live. The three of them looked at each other and nodded before heading towards the Great Sun sect. He returned to the entrance of the small courtyard. Xiao Chongtian saw a man in a long robe pacing back and forth in front of the school gate. He was holding a sword in his hand. The symbol on his clothes was a ball of flame. It was someone from the Great Sun sect who came to receive him. Xiao Chongtian smiled faintly and went up to him. Little brother, I'm here. Something happened, and I was delayed. Hearing Xiao Chongtian's voice, the man turned around and was overjoyed. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. Senior, this is our fault, 1. Chapter 49. Senior, this is our fault, 1. That's great, Senior. You're finally back. I'm Chengyang, the disciple of the Great Sun Immortal. Chengyang was delighted. He had already heard about what had happened in the sect through true Qi voice transmission. The disciples of the Middle Sage School had already surrounded the mountain gate. The two sides had even started to have friction. A junior brother was beaten up and suffered some superficial injuries. The Great Sun Immortal sent a message, asking Chengyang to invite the senior to the Great Sun sect. Only the senior in front of him could suppress the commotion. Senior, can you follow me to the Great Sun sect now? Chengyang cupped his fists and bowed respectfully.
Sure.
Wait for me to turn that thing over. Xiao Chongtian nodded. He had a good impression of Chengyang. This Chengyang seemed to be of the same age as him, but he didn't have the arrogance of an immortal cultivator at all. He even called him senior because he knew the Great Sun Immortal. There weren't many young people who were so humble and polite. I'll wait for senior here. Chengyang stood respectfully outside the door and replied. All right. Xiao Chongtian nodded. He had wanted Chengyang to call him Brother Xiao, but when he saw Chengyang's eyes, he seemed a little anxious. After thinking about it, it was indeed true. Originally, he would have set off long ago at this time. However, because of this green-haired turtle and the big hen, so many things had been delayed. Hence, he quickly walked into the room, took the Nanming Ignis painting and walked out again. All right, let's go. He had already handed over everything in the small courtyard to Yifan. He originally wanted to tell Mu Jihuang, but when he saw Mu Jihuang sitting on the stool in a daze, his eyes were lifeless, as if he had something on his mind. He didn't tell Mu Jihuang. Yes, I am. Senior, please board the Great Sun boat. Chengyang respectfully took out a flying magic treasure and chanted an incantation. In an instant, the flying ship that was laughing with his hands instantly enlarged. It looked as big as his small courtyard. Xiao Chongtian was shocked when he saw this. He had only seen flying magic treasures before, but the feeling of being so close still shocked him. Then, he stepped onto the flying boat. Chengyang controlled the flying boat and flew towards the Great Sun sect. In a quarter of an hour, the two of them arrived above the Great Sun sect. Xiao Changtian looked down and saw the Great Sun Sect. Palaces were scattered everywhere, and spiritual qi rose with a scorching temperature. Even if one was riding on a spirit ship, one could feel it. However, at this moment, there seemed to be an argument going on below. "Let's go down and take a look," Xiao Changtian said to Qingyang. Right in front of him was the gate of the Great Sun Sect, and he needed to enter through the gate. Yes, hearing that Xiao Changtian was going down, Qingyang was instantly overjoyed. He had just thought of controlling the spirit ship and bringing Senior directly to the hall. Since Senior said to go down and take a look, it meant that Senior was prepared to make a move. Qingyang had already received information from the Great Sun Immortal about Xiao Changtian's identity as a peerless expert. With such a master taking action, even if the Zhongxian school wanted to cause trouble, they would have to stop. Very quickly, Qingyang landed the spirit ship, and Xiao Changtian followed him. He saw more than 10 people arguing with the Great Sun Sect disciples. After listening for a while, Xiao Changtian instantly understood that these people wanted to pick on him. I say, the few of you know the basic rules of being a guest, right? Coming to someone else's place and not paying attention to etiquette. What kind of logic was this? Xiao Changtian couldn't stand it anymore. These people were just creating something out of nothing and picking on people. What kind of person was the Great Sun Immortal? He did not neglect any of his etiquette when he visited his own small courtyard. As a guest, he had to speak up for the Great Sun Immortal. "Who the fuck are you?" The disciple of the Middle Sage School, who was the first to be picky, was slightly embarrassed when he saw Xiao Changtian suddenly speak up. Then, he became furious and was about to curse at Xiao Changtian. "Pa!" Suddenly, the crisp sound of a slap rang out. This slap sent the disciple who had caused trouble directly to the ground. "Who dares to hit me?" The disciple who had caused trouble was instantly enraged by the sudden slap. He immediately jumped up and drew his sword, wanting to kill. However, the moment she jumped up, she was stunned. "Sect Master?" The disciple who had stirred up trouble was dumbfounded. Why did the sect leader hit him? "Sect Master, I've been holding you down." "Pa!" The disciple wanted to explain, but another slap came over in an instant, directly knocking the disciple who caused trouble unconscious. Perfected Zhongxian was scared to death. As soon as they arrived, they heard Xiao Changtian speaking to Great Sun Sect. How could he not understand that Xiao Changtian had a relationship with a Great Sun Immortal? Fortunately, this disciple did not say anything about his arrangements. Otherwise, Zhongxian School would not exist today. This senior in front of him was not someone he could offend. Taoist Zhongxian hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry. This is a disciple that I've taken in under my wing. I'm used to not being polite. I forgot not to blame you." "You shouldn't apologize to me. You should apologize to the Great Sun Sect." Xiao Changtian nodded his head. This person in front of him had some manners.
"What?
You want our sect master to apologize to the Great Sun Sect? Are you crazy?" A disciple said disdainfully. His Zhongxian sect was a first-class sect. A first-rank sect could destroy the Great Sun Sect with a wave of their hand. In their eyes, the Great Sun Sect was no different from an ant. Now they had to apologize to an ant. However, just as he was about to mock him, before he could finish his words, the voice of Perfected Zhongxian sounded. "I'm sorry. I apologize to the Great Sun Sect on behalf of Zhongxian Sect." Perfected Zhongxian apologized to the disciples of Great Sun Sect. When the Great Sun Sect disciples saw this scene, they were all extremely shocked. This was Perfected Zhongxian, a powerhouse in the Tribulation Transcendence realm. He could destroy them with a flip of his hand. However, it was such an expert who actually apologized to them. Hiss! The Great Sun Sect disciples present were all extremely shocked. In just a few moments, they all reacted. The reason why Taoist Zhongxian apologized seemed to be because of this person in front of him. Moreover, they could feel that at this moment, perfected Zhong Xian had restrained his aura. Even the two sect leaders looked at Xiao Changtian with respect. Could it be that this person in front of us is the expert of our Great Sun sect that the sect master mentioned?
Hey.
Chapter 50, Another First-Rank Sect. _I. Chapter 50, Another First-Rank Sect. _I. In an instant, all the disciples present understood and were shocked. Their eyes were all on Xiao Changtian. Strange, why can't I feel any spiritual energy fluctuations from this senior? It's like he's immortal? Could he really be immortal? This shouldn't be the case. If it's true, it's just immortal. How can it be possible for the Taoist Zhongxian to apologize? Don't speak anymore. Senior's realm must be the legendary return to simplicity. His cultivation is too terrifying, far surpassing that of a tribulation transcendence expert. That's why we can't sense Senior's pressure. The disciples of the Great Sun sect looked at Xiao Changtian in confusion and communicated with each other through Zhen Yuan voice transmission. However, as soon as they were told that it was because their cultivation realm was not high enough, it was difficult for them to sense the cultivation of their seniors. They all fell silent and did not dare to speak again. "Senior, please enter." Chengyang made an inviting gesture, extremely respectful. Previously, he had only listened to his master's solemn instructions, so he did not dare to offend him and behaved extremely respectfully. But now, he saw that Xiao Changtian was able to make the three of them keep quiet out of fear just by standing there. He was extremely shocked. He originally thought that he was a tribulation transcendence expert, but he did not expect that he had far surpassed the tribulation transcendence realm. Yes, Xiao Changtian nodded and followed Qingyang into the Great Sun sect. Behind them, perfected Zhongxian and the other two hurriedly instructed their disciples not to cause trouble in Daong town. If a brick or tile was destroyed, they would have to pay 100 times the compensation. Sect Master, why? That person just now is just a mortal. Why are you so respectful to him? The troublemaker disciple woke up at this moment and asked in confusion. Don't talk about this anymore. That senior is a peerless expert. Killing me is like killing a chicken. Taoist Zhongxian said solemnly. What? Upon hearing this, countless disciples were incomparably shocked. The sect master was an expert in the tribulation transcendence realm. He could easily kill the sect master. Was it the rumored Mahayana realm? Hiss. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time, causing the surrounding temperature to rise a little. He hurriedly nodded and noted it down. Under Chungyang's lead, Xiao Changtian soon arrived at the square of the competition. The square of the Great Sun Sect's competition was extremely simple. The arena was made of countless red wood and was extremely popular. You're here. The Great Sun Immortal was sitting on the cloud platform. He saw Xiao Changtian at once. He flew down from the cloud platform in a hurry and bowed to Xiao Changtian respectfully. Taoist Big Sun, you're too polite. Xiao Changtian helped the Great Sun Immortal, who was bowing and paying respects to himself, up. This perfected De Yong was really too enthusiastic. Senior, follow me to the cloud platform to observe the ceremony. The Great Sun Immortal said with a delighted expression. He made an inviting gesture and pointed at the cloud platform floating in the air. Xiao Changtian raised his head and looked at the cloud platform in front of him. It was dozens of meters tall. How was he supposed to go up? Even if he went up, he would definitely be smashed into pieces if he fell from such a high height. No, I'll just find a place to sit. Oh right, this is a congratulatory gift for you. I didn't have anything to give him, so I randomly chose a painting. Xiao Changtian shook his head. He couldn't fly, so how could he fly up to the cloud platform? Moreover, he still wanted to open the path of invincibility. The experience of sudden death in his previous life told him that if he did not seek death, everything would be much safer. At the same time, he took out a painting that he had obtained from the pavilion master of the secret pavilion. Is this for me? Seeing Xiao Changtian hand over the painting, Daoist De Yang was overjoyed. Senior's item was a supreme divine item. Even if it was just a painting, it indicated that there was at least some fate between Senior and the Great Sun Sect. In the future, if the Great Sun Sect was in danger of being destroyed, perhaps he could ask Senior for help. Thank you. The Great Sun Immortal solemnly put the Nanming Ignis painting into his ring. He planned to observe it slowly at night. At this moment, Zhong Xianjun and the other two also walked in with a group of disciples. Seeing these three people, the Great Sun Immortal's heart tightened. These three people were experts in the Tribulation Transcendence realm, and they gave him a lot of psychological pressure. However, when he looked at Xiao Changtian beside him, he finally calmed down. There was nothing to worry about with a peerless expert here. Therefore, the Great Sun Immortal went up and was about to greet the three of them. Big brother, big sun. Hello, big brother, Great Sunday. The three of us did something wrong previously. Just now, our disciple caused trouble in your Great Sun sect. Don't worry, after the competition, I will definitely compensate your sect. Perfected Zhong Xian and the others looked at Perfected De Yang with a smile on their faces. Their tone was extremely respectful and their postures were extremely humble. Whether or not they could have a relationship with Xiao Changtian now depended entirely on Daoist Big Sunday. They were willing to call him brother. Even if they called him something else, they would call him brother on the spot. This Daoist Big Sun looked at the three people who were extremely enthusiastic and was dumbfounded. What was going on? When he was still a little tadpole, these people were already overlords. Now, they actually called him elder brother. However, immediately after, the Great Sun Immortal's eyes turned, and he instantly understood. These people must have seen that he had a good relationship with his senior, so they came to get close to him. Welcome, sect leaders. The Great Sun Immortal also said with a smile. As the saying goes, one should not hit a smiling person. The few people in front of him were all experts in the Tribulation Transcendence realm. If he could not offend her, it was better not to offend her. The Divine Sound sect has arrived. The Blue Cloud sect has arrived. The Beast Tamer sect has arrived. At this moment, a loud voice sounded as Perfected Qing Yun, Lian Shknian, Chu Kuangren, and the others brought their sect disciples over. Hiss! Another 3 first-rank sections. What happened today? Why were there so many experts here? The name of the sect was the first grade of the sect, and the beast taming sect seemed to be from Nambozu, right? Cries of surprise rang out in the square. These Great Sun sect disciples had never seen so many first-rank sects before. Looking at the experts who were usually elusive and only existed in rumors, countless disciples felt their hearts about to jump out of their chests. The three of you. The Great Sun Immortal was also drenched in cold sweat. What was he doing? How could the small Great Sun sect attract so many of them? Although he was puzzled, the Great Sun Immortal still hurried to welcome him. After all, these people were existences that he could not come into contact with on a daily basis. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was stopped. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. There are actors, but I don't think the report was successfully. Chapter 51. There are actors, but I don't think the report was successfully. Perfected De Yang, there's no need to be so polite. Lian Shanin, Chu Kuangren, and Perfected Qing Yun were all smiling as if they had met an old friend. The Great Sun Immortal was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Fine beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. The three of them were also in the Tribulation Transcendence realm. The Qingyun sect and the Divine Sound sect were both famous figures in the Northern Wilderness state. These three experts were actually so polite to him, a mere nascent soul realm cultivator. He was instantly overwhelmed by the favor. What's going on? These sect leaders actually had sect leaders as fellow Taoists. Wasn't this too inconceivable? I heard that recently, Perfected Qing Yun and the sect master of the Divine Sound sect have both obtained an opportunity and broken through to the 5th level of the Tribulation Transcendence Realm. The 5th level of the Tribulation Transcendence Realm is so terrifying. The disciples of the Great Sun sect discussed among themselves with disbelief on their faces. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Perfected Qing Yun and the other two looked at Perfected Bashan and the other two with question marks before they arrived in front of Xiao Chongtian. Then, the three of them bowed heavily. Senior. The three of them were respectful from the bottom of their hearts. Perfected Qing Yun and Lian Shknian's eyes were filled with gratitude. If it weren't for their senior, the two of them would have been separated by yin and yang. From then on, they would be separated from each other. However, it was precisely because of Senior's guidance that he was able to break through in a short period of time. Not only did he survive, but he also took revenge for killing his master and reunited with his family. It's you guys? Xiao Chongtian smiled. He knew these people. Perfected Qing Yun's cultivation wasn't very good, but he liked calligraphy. This woman liked many things. Not only did she have some attainments in painting, but she was also good at music. As for Maniac Chu, old Chu, you're a little unkind. Did you give birth to your daughter? You've been away from home for so many days. At least send someone to look for you? Xiao Chongtian looked at Maniac Chu with a gloomy face. Fortunately, one of them was in his own small courtyard, so nothing would happen. No one knew what would happen to Chu Yiren if she ran into some bad guys with evil intentions. I know that my daughter is in Senior's residence, that's why. Maniac Chu wanted to explain. The damage caused by the Iron Eater was too great. The Beast Tamer sect was still in the midst of reconstruction. As for Chu Yiren, he knew that he had to find Xiao Chongtian. Therefore, Maniac Chu did not stop him. It would be Chu Yiren's fortune and fortune if her daughter could be by the side of such a senior. Maniac Chu had been worried that his senior would despise Chu Yiren, but after so many days, Chu Yiren was still in his senior's courtyard. Furthermore, Chu Yiren had broken through 5 levels recently. It had only been half a month. If this had happened in the past, it would have been something that he would not have dared to think about. Maniac Chu felt that his daughter's actions were correct. All right. Since I've met you, you can bring your daughter home after the grand tournament hosted by the Great Sun Immortal ends. Xiao Chongtian said lightly. What? Maniac Chu was shocked. Was Senior trying to chase her away? He hurriedly wanted to fight for Chu Yiren. If he could follow his senior, Chu Yiren's future and even become a martial monarch realm expert was possible. However, just as Maniac Chu opened his mouth, Xiao Chongtian's face darkened and he frowned. Wasn't this Maniac Chu a little too unsuitable to be a father? You must bring your daughter back. If she wants to come back to the small courtyard to play, you are welcome to come back anytime. But you're her father. Her home isn't here, understand? Xiao Chongtian said in a deep voice. In fact, he was also reminding Maniac Chu to educate his daughter properly when he returned home. Otherwise, how could she marry someone she caught? Yes, sir. Seeing Xiao Chongtian frown, Maniac Chu's heart skipped a beat. He shivered and quickly agreed. After exchanging some pleasantries, the Great Sun Immortal announced the start of the grand competition. The first match. The troublemaker disciple from the Zhongxian school went up against Chengyang. Humph, I don't believe that Senior will fight in the arena. The disciple of the Zhongxian school stared at Chengyang, who was only in the foundation establishment realm, with a vicious expression. Previously, he had been beaten up by the sect master and was holding back his anger. He wanted to fight back on the arena. On the other hand, Chengyang's expression was grave. Although the disciple in front of him was only an outer disciple of Zhongxian school, his strength was definitely in the golden elixir realm. Furthermore, he was in the perfected golden elixir realm. If the great sun immortal had not broken through, there was a high chance that he would not have been a match for this Zhongxian school outer disciple. However, Chengyang was fearless and just went all out. With Senior here, the Great Sun sect was as stable as Mount Tai. However, these small matters could only be handled by the Great Sun sect. Please. Chengyang knew that he would definitely lose, so he was already fearless. He drew his sword and circulated the Great Sun technique, causing his body to heat up and flicker with red light. Humph. The disciple of the Middle Sage School grinned with disdain. He did not put a mere foundation-building cultivator in his eyes at all. Immediately, a faint silver light lit up on his fist. It was like an iron wire that surrounded his fist. The strength of the golden elixir realm was completely accumulated in his fists. It didn't look as flashy as Chengyang's. Xiao Changtian naturally thought so too. Chengyang won. Xiao Changtian said lightly. The red light around Chengyang was the rumored spiritual power cultivated by cultivators. As for the disciple of the Zhongxian school, his fist was surrounded by a silver light. Could these two people be on the same level? The disciple of the Great Sun, Immortal, was still the best. Xiao Changtian sighed in his heart. Fortunately, the Great Sun, Immortal, had a good character. It was a blessing for the Great Sun town to have such an expert. Eat my punch. On the arena, the disciple of Zhongxian school was already preparing to make his move. Cheng Yang's expression was tense as he brandished his sword, sending out a burst of fire. However, facing the punch of a golden core expert, he knew that he would definitely lose. Therefore, he closed his eyes and waited to be sent flying out of the arena. Bang! Instantly, a loud bang was heard. Chengyang opened his eyes again. The scene in front of him stunned him. He's acting as me. Chengyang looked at the Zhongxian school disciple who had collapsed outside the arena and frowned in disbelief. They could feel that he was bound to fly out under that punch. However, when the fist was only 3 inches away from him, all the power in the fist was withdrawn. Then, it flew over and collided with his sword, directly falling out of the arena. It was obvious that this disciple of Zhong Xian school was acting as him. He really wanted to report an actor, but he felt that his report would not be successful. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. Senior, I don't want to leave 1. Chapter 52. Senior, I don't want to leave 1. The disciple of the Middle Sage School flew out of the arena with a sullen expression. Just as his fist was about to knock Chengyang out of the arena, perfected Zhong Xian suddenly sent him a Zhan Yuan voice transmission, wanting him to lose. Helpless, he could only withdraw his primeval essence and pretend to be defeated by Chengyang. Sect Master, why is this? The disciple was unwilling to give up. He was in the golden elixir realm, so it was easy for him to deal with a mere foundation establishment cultivator, like Chengyang. However, he was defeated. If this were to spread out, where would the face of the people of the world go? I'll tell you about this later. Perfected Zhong Xian said in a deep voice with a calm expression. At the same time, he also ordered all the disciples of Zhongxian sect to admit defeat if they encountered any disciples of Great Sun sect. He had just sat beside Xiao Changtian. Naturally, they heard Xiao Changtian's muttering. Wasn't the senior reminding them that Chengyang would win? How would they dare to disobey? He instantly arranged for his disciples to pretend to admit defeat as long as they fought against the Great Sun sect disciples. Thus, the following competition became one-sided. All 6 of them pretended to be defeated by the disciples of Great Sun sect. This caused countless Great Sun sect disciples to be dumbfounded. They realized that the other side was acting them out. But they couldn't report it. Taoist Big Sun also looked embarrassed. If this matter were to spread, wouldn't the 6 experts who were transcending the tribulation lose face? Today's grand competition will end here. Everyone is just exchanging pointers, not truly fighting to the death. In the Great Sun Hall, a banquet has been prepared to entertain everyone. Taoist Big Sun hurriedly stopped the competition. He did not dare to continue. Xiao Changtian saw this. He was extremely emotional. Perfected Great Sun is still powerful. Even his disciples are so powerful. Unfortunately, I don't have any talent for cultivation. Xiao Changtian's blood was boiling as he watched this competition. He wished he could go on stage personally and exchange a few moves. However, the system did not give him cultivation, which was very uncomfortable. Under the guidance of the Great Sun Immortal, Xiao Changtian, perfected Qing Yun, and the others arrived at the Great Sun Palace. The interior of the hall was extremely prosperous. The walls were adorned with red crystals that emitted a warm energy. Is this the palace of the cultivation world? It's really impressive. Xiao Changtian compared this place to his own courtyard and sighed in his heart. At the same time, in the dark chamber, the man wearing the skull mask was like an ancient stone statue. He stood rooted to the ground, and the black shadow behind him did not move at all. Until night fell. Only then did he seem to come back to his senses and slumped down on the chair. How is that possible? After the fallen emperor era, why are there still such experts? How did he come back to life? He's definitely some old monster. The skull-masked man's voice became ferocious, like fingernails rubbing against glass. Moreover, his voice was extremely hoarse, causing the entire room to sound like a ghost crying. His tone was extremely surprised. After saying that, he took off his mask. Through the dim light, one could vaguely see what kind of face it was. There was no nose, eyebrows, eyes, mouth, or even ears. He didn't have any facial features on the human body. His entire face was a bloody mess, and there was a force swimming around as if some bug had crawled into his body. He's definitely a martial monarch realm expert. In order to survive, I paid such a painful price, even my cultivation base. But how did he do it? Not only did he not pay any price, but he also maintained his peak state. The skeletal man put on the mask again, and his tone was filled with disbelief. No, this is our opportunity. As long as we obtain the secret of his survival in the fallen emperor era, and through God, we will be able to live with incomparable power. Suddenly, the black shadow behind him laughed maniacally. The skull-masked man seemed to have calmed down. His voice became hoarse again, filled with malice. Hee, good idea. Since we already know this person's identity, let's start setting up a trap for him. Reverend Zhongxian and the others have probably already developed a strange heart. Let the ghost-devouring vine devour them. The skull-masked man sneered and chanted an ancient gray incantation. The curse flew over and arrived at the Great Sun Sect. Senior, let me stay here for a while. I don't want to leave. In the small courtyard, Chu Yurkin's large, watery eyes blinked repeatedly, filled with reluctance. She didn't want to leave the courtyard, and she didn't want to leave Senior either. Be good, girl. Go back with your father. You can't be so careless about marriage. You can come and play any time in the future. Xiao Changtian said lightly. These few days, he didn't understand if this girl had a problem with her brain. It was because this girl's values were not normal. He was just a passerby, so he still needed Maniac Chu to teach him. Senior, Chu Yurkin still wanted to beg. Maniac Chu grabbed her arm immediately. An expert like Senior liked peace and quiet the most. That was why he hid in the mortal world and became a leisurely mortal. This daughter of his was pestering him. If he were to make Senior angry, it would really be a loss. Senior, I will take my daughter and leave now. I promise to educate her well. Maniac Chu said with a smile. Although Chu Yurkin was reluctant, She was also afraid that her senior would be angry. She could only lower her head silently and leave with him. Seeing the two of them leave, Xiao Changtian was delighted. That's great. A few days ago, I slept on the floor until my back hurt. I can finally sleep in my bed tonight. Xiao Changtian smiled faintly. In the afternoon, he brought Maniac Chu back. He wanted to try the spiritual dishes of the Great Sun sect. He had been on the Tianyuan continent for a long time, but he had never tasted the food of cultivators. However, it was said that the food of immortal cultivators contained terrifying spiritual energy. If an ordinary mortal ate these spirit vegetables, they would probably explode and die. Even though Taoist Deong tried his best to persuade him to stay, Xiao Changtian still refused. He returned early to settle Chu Iren's matter. Time's up. Go back to sleep. Don't cause me any more trouble. He looked up at the sky and confirmed the time. Then he looked at the pond and the chicken coop and warned the green-haired turtle and the big hen. Only then did he turn around and return to his room. Chapter 53. Chapter 53. One of the 10 Great Vicious Creatures, Ghost. Chapter 53. One of the 10 Great Vicious Creatures, Ghost. Devouring Vine. _I. Inside the Great Sun sect. Perfected Qin Yun and Lian Shinin saw that it was about time and also took their leave. In the Great Sun sect, only Perfected Zhong Xian and the other two were left, as well as many disciples. Big brother, big son, let me toast you again. Yes, yes. Perfected Zhongxian, Perfected Qiongqing, and Perfected Beishan all raised their wine glasses and kept calling Big Brother Deong. He called her very warmly and affectionately. Seniors, don't call me that anymore. I can't bear it. The immortal De Yang's face was covered in cold sweat. After all, Xiao Changtian had already left. Facing these three people, he didn't have any confidence. It was like an ant standing beside an elephant. Even if the elephant did not have any ill intentions, the ant would still feel fear. Big brother, big son, we are addressing you from the bottom of our hearts. Yes, yes, you will be our big brother in the future, the three of them said sincerely. Being addressed like this was like a small mountain pressing down on him, making him feel suffocated. Although his cultivation realm was far from the three of them, as sect masters, he had a sense of experience in the ways of the world. Seniors, is there anything you need? You need me to do it. If it is, I will do my best. The Taoist big son went straight to the point and stopped probing. When the three of them heard this, they immediately looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and nodded. Big brother, big son, we do have a favor to ask of you. When the Great Sun Immortal heard this, his eyes narrowed as if he had guessed something. He said, is it about that senior? Actually, he had not guessed it. However, at present, this was the only thing that Perfected Zhongxian and the other two could ask of him. After all, he was just a small nascent soul cultivator. In front of these three, he was like an ant that could be destroyed with a flip of his hand. Other than that senior, he had no other value. In the world of cultivation, there were no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. As the sect master of a sect, the Great Sun Immortal saw this matter extremely clearly. Yes, sir. Perfected Zhongxian, Perfected Qiongqing, and Perfected Beishan all calmed down. He slowly put down the wine glass in his hand. The three of them walked to the front of the Great Sun Immortal and knelt down. What are you doing? Seniors, please rise. The Great Sun Immortal was extremely shocked. He could not afford to have 3 Tribulation Transcendence realm experts kneel down before a mere nascent soul realm cultivator. He hurriedly wanted to support the 3 of them. However, he discovered a terrifying fact. I can't help myself up. The other 3 were all Tribulation Transcendence realm experts. It was naturally impossible for a mere nascent soul realm cultivator like him to touch them. Seniors, what exactly do you want? At this moment, The great son, immortal, wanted to cry, but had no tears. He knelt down as well. Not only was he kneeling, but he was also prostrating on the ground. He was truly afraid. "Brother Big Son, get up." The three of them watched as the grand son immortal knelt down. Their divine thoughts helped the grand son immortal up. The great son immortal was speechless.
Seniors, please speak.
The immortal of Daeong was completely speechless. In the past, he didn't want to kneel, but under pressure, he could only grovel. Now that he wanted to kneel down, those people wouldn't let him. He had to stand in front of them. Helplessly, he could only let the three of them speak and understand the reason why the three of them were begging him. "Brother Big Son, we want you to plead with Senior for us." Plead for mercy? That's right. Perfected Zhongxian and the other two nodded and then began to tell the story. "In fact, half a month ago, we came to threaten you to hold the Grand Prodigy Tournament in the Great Sun Sec. Our true goal is to destroy the entire Great Sun Town today. This is the Ghost Devouring Vine, a method to destroy Great Sun Town."
A.
With that, Perfected Zhongxian took out the black iron box in his hand and placed it in front of the Great Sun Perfected. "What? Ghost Devouring Vine." The Great Sun Immortal's expression changed at this moment. He had already guessed that these three people's goal was to destroy Great Sun Town. However, he didn't expect that he would actually use the Ghost Devouring Vine. The Ghost Devouring Vine was one of the 10 great beasts of the Tianyuan continent. It could suck the souls of people. This wasn't the scariest part. The most terrifying thing about the Ghost Devouring Vine was that it could imprison a person's soul and burn it with karmic fire, torturing it until it collapsed. However, the Ghost Devouring Vine would use a special method to save the soul that was about to collapse and burn it again with a hellfire. It caused the soul body to be immortal, but it would forever be burned by the karmic sin flames. Just thinking of this, the face of the Grand Sun Immortal turned cold. These people's methods were too sinister. Even though these three people's cultivation realms were far above his, he still could not help but be furious. "You guys are too much." It was true that he was in the nascent soul stage, but he, the immortal of the Great Sun, was not someone who fawned over the powerful. If it weren't for Senior, everyone in Great Sun Town would have been devoured by the Ghost Devouring Vine, and their souls would have been burned by the hellfire. This was a supreme sin. He could not be forgiven. "Brother Daeong, we know we were wrong, so we apologize to you and the entire Daeong town. Senior definitely knows about this. We are not asking for his forgiveness. We just want you to introduce us to him. We will personally apologize to Senior and beg for Senior's punishment." Perfected Zhongxian and the others all said. They knew that they had committed a grave sin, but fortunately, they had not committed a grave mistake and could still live. Even if they were to suffer the punishment of their seniors, they were willing. However, if they were allowed to leave, they would definitely be killed by the skeletal masked man. They didn't want to go back. He didn't dare to go back. "Humph. Since you want to accept your punishment, I'll bring you there tomorrow morning. Senior will definitely make a decision." The Great Sun Immortal snorted coldly and looked at these people with an attitude that no longer had the same apprehension as before. Instead, he was filled with anger. "Thank you, Big Brother Sun." When the three of them heard that the Great Sun Immortal had agreed, their faces were filled with joy. Facing the punishment of their senior, even if they had to be dismembered or have their cultivation crippled, they were already prepared to accept it. As long as they could obtain the protection of their seniors after their punishment, they would be satisfied. As long as he could survive, everything was not a problem. At this moment, an ancient and profound voice suddenly floated in from the space and fell into the black iron box. Buzz. All of a sudden, the black iron box shook violently. A black chi spread out. Chapter 54. Chapter 54. Nanming Primordial Fire. It's the Nanming. Chapter 54. Nanming Primordial Fire. It's the Nanming Primordial Fire Painting. _I. Kacha. A tearing sound rang out as the black iron box was torn open by a stream of black gas. As the black iron box was broken, countless black gases appeared and a vine floated in space. Not good, the ghost-devouring vine is out. It's that person who wants to kill us in the future. He wants to use the ghost-devouring vine to devour us. This person is truly ruthless. The expressions of the three people changed. How could they not know that the mysterious curse was the means of the man with the skeleton mask? Brother Big Son, run. We can only survive if we seek the protection of Senior. Perfected Zhongxian's expression changed drastically, and he shouted for everyone to escape quickly. However, by the time the three of them used their spiritual power and escaped outside the hall, they suddenly turned their heads and saw that the vine had already transformed into thousands of tentacles. One of the tentacles enveloped the Great Sun Immortal. The Great Sun Immortal could not move and was about to be devoured.
No.
I'm going back to save them. You guys go first. Perfected Zhongxian's face darkened. He immediately turned into a stream of light and returned.
We'll go back, he said.
Perfected Being Qiong and Perfected Being Bashan exchanged a glance, nodded, and flew back as well. They couldn't leave the immortal De Yang behind. The three of them turned into 3 streaks of light and attacked the ghost-devouring vine from 3 directions. The current ghost-devouring vine. It wasn't just a single vine anymore, but a myriad of vines that were coiling around the space.
Boom.
The 3 forces landed, causing the ghost-devouring vine to tremble. After all, the ghost-devouring vine's power was equivalent to a 9th-level tribulation transcendence expert. In a situation where he was unprepared, a 9th-stage tribulation transcendence expert would also be injured if he suffered a terrifying attack. Brother Big Son, let's go. While the ghost-devouring vine was trembling, Perfected Zhongxian saved the Great Sun Perfected. Pulling along Taoist De Yang, he was about to flee at full speed. However, the ghost-devouring vine was furious. Endless vines instantly sealed the entire hall. The door of the hall was already blocked. It was already impossible for Perfected Zhongxian and the others to leave. Damn it! This damned ghost-devouring vine is going to devour us all. Taoist Bashan said viciously. I can't just sit there and wait. None of the people present were willing to submit, and they immediately began to fight the ghost-devouring vine. Buzz. Behind Taoist Bashan, a terrifying power condensed into a green mountain. The green mountain was vast and heavy as it pressed down heavily. Clang. In front of Perfected Qiong, a Danqiong flower appeared. The petals of the Danqiong flower turned into the sharpest blade and cut the vines. Whoosh! A huge long blade appeared under Perfected Zhongxian. A cold light shone on the blade, as if it could cut through everything. A knife will cut down to the point where it's about to be revealed. The Taoist Master De Yang, who had just been rescued, did not idle either. He activated his cultivation technique, and a fiery sun appeared behind him. The sun shone brightly, emitting a scorching aura. The sun ignited the vines, and some of the vines at the edge began to burn. As the 4 completely different attacks landed, the ghost-devouring vine that had just been released instantly took half a step back. A crack appeared in front of the door of the hall. Let's go! The 4 of them were delighted and wanted to escape. But suddenly, the severed vines on the ground suddenly turned into a huge network that wrapped around the 4 of them. Trapped within. It's over. The 4 people's faces darkened, and they were in despair. The attack just now had already consumed all of their strength. It was already impossible to break through this cage now. Hiss hiss. The vines continued to climb. Wisps of black gas were emitted from the cage. The black gas attached to the surface of their bodies and began to devour them. Damn it! Are we going to die here today? The four of them were in utter despair.
Suddenly,
Big Sun seemed to have remembered something. An image suddenly flashed across his mind. That senior gave him the scroll of the Great Thousand. He didn't know why such a thought flashed through his mind, but there was nothing he could do now. He could only take out the painting that Xiao Changtian had given him from his storage ring. Brother Big Sun, what are you doing with this painting? Perfected Zhongxian could not help but frown and ask. However, the immortal De Yong did not answer him. The black gas had already enveloped him into a sphere. There was no time for nonsense now. The last glimmer of hope rose in the heart of the great Sun Immortal. Then he opened the painting. Phew! In an instant, a flame that seemed to burn the heavens roared out from the scroll. The vine cage in front of him was instantly burned into black ashes. The black gas that was attached to the surface of their bodies also disappeared in an instant. As for the ghost-devouring vine, it still wanted to use its vines to contain the flames. However, a ferocious aura pounced over from the flames. Pa, pa, pa. The endless inferno instantly set the ghost-devouring vine ablaze. It made crackling sounds. Nanming Primordial Fire. This is the Nanming Ignis painting. Daoist Zhongxian and the other two were instantly shocked. As experts in the Tribulation Transcendence realm, they naturally had such discerning eyes. They could recognize that these flames were the Nanming Primordial Fire. As for the Great Sun Immortal's painting, they did not need to think to guess that it was the secret Pavilion Master's Nanming Ignis painting. No, I can't. That's not right. It's not just the Nanming Primordial Fire. This is an even more terrifying flame. It seems to be the god level of the Nanming Primordial Fire. Daoist Ba Shan frowned as he stared at the flames in front of him. His brows were filled with shock. A few breaths of time. He sensed a power that was stronger than the Nanming Primordial Fire.
boom.
In the endless flames, the ghost-devouring vine was burned and exploded, releasing countless vengeful souls and ghosts. Completely dissipated, the great Sun Immortal's face was filled with shock. When had he ever seen such terrifying flames? He hurriedly rolled up the scroll. As the scroll was put away, the flames burning in the hall followed and entered the scroll. Phew! Fortunately, there are seniors. Otherwise, we would all die here today. The great Sun Immortal let out a long breath and calmed himself down. He raised the scroll in his hand and looked at it respectfully. Only then did he realize that he had underestimated the senior. Although he knew that senior's painting scroll was no ordinary treasure, how could he have expected it? It was actually so terrifying. After the ghost-devouring vine was destroyed, in the dark secret chamber, the man wearing the skull mask seemed to have suffered a backlash. A spark floated into the entire dark chamber.
Ah!
He only heard a miserable scream from the dark chamber. Half of the black shadow behind the masked skeleton man was burned away. Chapter 55, Stumbling in Shock 1. Chapter 55, Stumbling in Shock 1. Inside the Great Sun Hall, Perfected Zhongxian and the other three saw the scene. He was stunned. That's it? Although the ghost-devouring vine is terrifying, it still has the ability to resist the Nanming Primordial Fire. Even if the Pavilion Master of Divination had the Nanming Primordial Fire portrait, he would still need to expend a lot of effort to destroy the ghost-devouring vine. Perfected Great Sun, you actually have such a treasure. You're also in contact with the Pavilion Master of Heavenly Secrets? Perfected Zhongxian and the other two looked at Perfected Daong. The three pairs of eyes stared at her as if they were staring at a beautiful woman. Cough, cough. This painting was given to me by Senior. The immortal De Yong quickly changed the topic and explained the origin of the painting. Nanming Fire Painting. He had also heard of it. That was the treasure of the Pavilion Master of Heavenly Secrets. As long as the scroll was unfolded, the Nanming primordial fire would turn into a sea of fire and fight the enemy from afar. The Nanming primordial fire, a celestial flame, was so terrifying. He did not expect that the senior would give him the Pavilion Master of the Secret Pavilion, the Nanming primordial fire painting. Could senior be the Pavilion Master of the Secret Pavilion? The people of Great Sun Town were slightly stunned, but they immediately rejected this doubt. Perfected Zhongxian and the others were all experts, so they should have seen the Pavilion Master of Heavenly Secrets. Then, the only possibility. It was the Pavilion Master of the Secret Pavilion who gave this painting to Senior. Senior. 2. Perfected Zhongxian was slightly stunned. Then, he remembered that before the Prodigy Tournament began, Senior had once handed a scroll to Perfected Daong. So that was the case. They also reacted. Senior is really meticulous. Perfected Zhongxian suddenly opened his mouth, his eyes bursting with light, and a hint of enlightenment suddenly appeared on his face.
What do you mean by that?
Perfected Jade Chung asked in confusion. That's right. Plan without fail? Could it be that Senior already knew that the ghost-devouring vine was going to? Daoist Beishan frowned as he spoke. Suddenly, he froze halfway through his sentence. Impossible. Senior even predicted that the Lord would kill us? The more Daoist Beishan spoke, the more shocked he became. Although he sounded doubtful, he had already agreed with this idea in his heart. That Senior is really amazing. We'll hurry up and pay a visit to Senior tomorrow morning. Daoist Zhongxian said solemnly. At night. It was as quiet as water. The gentle moonlight shone on the ground, illuminating the small courtyard as if it was covered with a layer of light gauze. Snoring could be heard from the room. Mu Jihuang sat on the stone table and was in a daze. Ever since she read the book written by Xiao Chongzhong, she had been in this state. The Great Emperor is but an ant in front of those people. After a long time, Mu Jihuang finally came back to her senses. Her red lips moved slightly as she muttered a sigh. A hint of disappointment flashed across her phoenix eyes. However, her eyes suddenly turned sharp. Even if I am as weak as an ant in front of those people. However, it allowed me to see the realm of the strong. If I, Mu Jihuang, can become the Great Empress, then I can also break through the shackles of the Tianyuan continent and become even stronger. Mu Jihuang muttered. He regained his confidence and made up his mind to follow Senior and listen to Senior's Tao. Hence, he flashed back to the kitchen to sleep. In the woodshed, Yi Fan's axe floated above his head. It emitted a faint silver light. It was as if he was completing some kind of transformation. Everything was so quiet and peaceful. As for the small courtyard, Alpha was playing chess, the ants were hiding in the grass, and Fatty Rongrong was in a daze. As for the green-haired turtle in the pond and the big hen in the chicken coop, they stared at each other. However, he did not dare to move. The night slowly passed. The next day. Early morning. Xiao Chongtian woke up from his dream. He had a dream that his books sold well. Then he opened a bookstore. Some wealthy people even came to him and said that they wanted to open their bookstore all over the Tianyuan continent. Tisk.
If.
It's just a dream, but I actually opened a bookstore again. Let's continue setting up the stall. Xiao Chongtian smiled faintly. He got up and washed his face before walking out of the room. Good morning, master. However, as soon as he pushed the door open, he saw Mu Jihuang standing at the door with a smile on her face. After Mu Jihuang thought it through last night, she made a decision. If she stayed by Senior's side and listened to Senior's words of the Great Tao every day, she would be able to improve faster. Yi Fan was also fetching water. Yi Fan's axe was pinned to his waist, as if the axe blade had become even sharper. These two people actually woke up earlier than him. Yes, Xiao Changtian nodded and ordered the two of them to move all the bookshelves out. He was going to set up his stall again. Yes, sir. The two of them nodded and went to move the bookshelves. Xiao Changtian took Alpha with him and pushed open the door of the small courtyard, ready to go for a walk. However, just as he pushed open the door, he was stunned. Taoist great son, what are you doing? You even brought so many people. Xiao Changtian looked at the door in confusion. Behind the great sun immortal, there were 3 immortal Zhongxian. The 3 of them were all smiling and bowing. These 3 people were prepared to do some bad things, but now they have repented and want you to give them some advice. The great sun immortal said. He was sure that the senior in front of him already knew about the ghost-devouring vine. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given him the Nanming primordial fire diagram. However, considering that perfected Zhongxian and the others had returned to save him halfway, the great sun perfected still wanted to plead for mercy.
I see. Come in.
Xiao Changtian said lightly. The great sun immortal himself was a terrifying immortal cultivator, but the reason why he came to negotiate with him was probably related to mortals. After all, most of the matters between immortal cultivators were about fighting and killing. Sit. Xiao Changtian said casually, and the great sun immortal sat down skillfully. But when the 3 of them saw Alpha staring at them, their hair stood on end, and they didn't dare to move. It seemed that as long as they moved, in the next moment, he would be slapped to death by the sky-devouring dog. The 3 of us won't sit. We feel guilty, and don't dare to sit. Taoist Zhongxian and the other 2 hurriedly spoke. Xiao Changtian looked at the 3 of them and nodded. These 3 people's characters weren't bad. At least he knew that he had done something wrong and felt guilty. He did not lose his conscience. As an immortal cultivator, being able to admit his mistakes in front of mortals was like an emperor admitting his mistakes in front of ordinary people. This required great courage and character. Moreover, according to the great sun immortal, these 3 people had not done it yet. Everyone, have some tea first. Mu Jihuang, who was carrying the bookshelves, saw someone coming. She put down the bookshelves in her hands and brought a few cups of tea. Thank you so much. The great sun immortal nodded to express his gratitude. As for the 3 of them, they also received the teacups and were suddenly shocked. Female, female, female. Chapter 56, Chapter 56, Immortal Ba Shan is dumb, 1. Chapter 56, Immortal Ba Shan is dumb, 1. They wanted to talk about the Empress. Mu Jihuang was the Empress of the 9 Phoenix dynasty. She was at the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm and was the strongest human expert on the Tianyuan continent. Who didn't know? Who didn't know? Not to mention them. They were the sect masters of first-rank sects and experts in the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Don't mention my name in front of Senior. Right now, I'm just Senior's maid. Mu Jihuang transmitted her true essence with a faint smile. Right now, she was just Senior's maid. Maid! The 3 of them were shocked and opened their mouths wide, wanting to say something. The dignified Empress had such a peerless bearing. Countless experts followed, and the rulers killed. How arrogant was that? Now, she was actually serving as someone else's maid. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was reasonable. The senior in front of him kicked the black tortoise and slapped the phoenix as if he was bullying a child. Even that lord fled in panic when he saw Senior. The Empress was very strong, and the woman was also very arrogant. But in front of Senior, it was just a slap. Being able to be a servant for a senior was a supreme opportunity. What's wrong with you 3? Xiao Changtian looked at perfected Zhongxian and the other 2 in confusion. These 3 were immortal cultivators. Could it be that the spiritual energy in their bodies was conflicting and caused them to stutter?
No, it's nothing.
Perfected Zhongxian hurriedly replied. It's good that you're fine. Xiao Changtian nodded, then looked at the great sun immortal and asked, "How do you plan to deal with these three?" I don't know. If the three of them had committed any crimes below that, I would have definitely sentenced them to have their souls destroyed. But now, they hadn't done anything wrong. They just had the wrong idea. I don't know if I should punish him or not. That's why I wanted to ask you. The great sun immortal said respectfully. Although his cultivation was low, his heart was not devoid of conscience. That was why Great Sun Sect was protecting Great Sun Town. I see. Xiao Changtian nodded again and said, "As the saying goes, there is no greater good than knowing your mistakes and being able to correct them." Since the mistake was not committed, he could forgive it this time. However, you will also need to receive a certain punishment. These punishments don't have to be too severe. You can decide for yourself, Immortal De Yang. Yes, sir. The great sun immortal nodded. Since the senior said so, it meant that the three of them could live. The three of us know that we were wrong, but we were ordered by someone. We didn't do anything bad under his orders. He'll kill us. Perfected Zhong Xian looked at Xiao Changtian again, with a pleading look in his eyes. If the senior in front of them could protect them, the man wearing the skull mask would not be able to kill them. Perfected Zhong Xian and the other two were all nervous. They stood still, waiting for Xiao Changtian to speak. Xiao Changtian was stunned. There was a mastermind behind this. This matter seemed to be a little troublesome. Fortunately, the great sun immortal was an expert with a profound cultivation. You can ask the great sun immortal for help in this matter. I'm just a mortal and can't help you with anything. Xiao Changtian shook his head and said. He was giving the three of them a hint. As long as they can find the protection of the great sun immortal, we can guarantee our own safety. Perfected Zhongxian and the other two heard this. He was instantly delighted. Senior wants them to be together with the great sun immortal. Yes, the three of them nodded frantically. As long as they were together with the great sun immortal, it seemed that they would be able to obtain the protection of their senior again. As for the man in the skull mask, he was nothing in front of the senior. At this moment, Yi Fan carried a bookshelf and walked around them, heading out of the door. Make way, Yi Fan said indifferently. Perfected Zhongxian and the other two hurriedly stepped aside and asked in confusion, "Are these going to be moved outside? We can help." The three of them wanted to leave a good impression in front of Xiao Changtian. Thank you. Xiao Changtian smiled. Although these people were not as powerful as the great sun immortal, they were still immortal cultivators. Compared to Yi Fan, who was immortal, Zhou was more powerful. Moving these bookshelves was also much easier. Upon hearing this, the three of them immediately moved the bookshelves. These bookshelves did not pose any pressure to the experts who were transcending the tribulation. He casually moved the bookshelf up. Very quickly, the three of them moved the remaining bookshelves out. These are books? Senior's collection of books? Daoist Ba Shan looked at the books on the bookshelf and asked in puzzlement. He was even a little moved. Could it be that such an expert's collection of books was some kind of peerless cultivation technique? He really wanted to flip it open and appreciate Senior's supreme cultivation technique. However, she retracted her hand halfway. I'm really confused. How can I casually touch Senior's book? If I were to do so, I would be too offended. Daoist Beishan laughed at himself. Perfected Zhongxian and Perfected Qiongqing were the same. Everyone, these books were personally written by my master and are prepared to be sold at a stall, so the three of you can read them. If you want to buy it, you can do so too. Yi Fan said indifferently. Master? Little brother, aren't you Senior's disciple? Daoist Zhongxian noticed Yi Fan's address and looked at Yi Fan in shock. The other two also looked over. They realized that they actually could not see Yi Fan in front of them at all. They only felt that Yi Fan was like a mortal. However, there was an indescribable aura about him. That aura made them feel that he was in danger. Greetings, Senior. Perfected Zhong Xian and the other two hurriedly bowed respectfully to Yi Fan. There's no need to be so polite. Compared to the three of you, I'm just a junior. I'm Yi Fan. Yi Fan smiled lightly and nodded his head simply. He walked back to the courtyard and continued chopping firewood. Looking at Yi Fan's back, Perfected Zhong Xian was slightly stunned. Yi Fan? Why do I feel like I've heard this name before? It seems that the name of the eldest son of the Yi family in the West Bull continent is the same. But I heard that the eldest young master was persecuted by the second mistress and had already dug out the supreme being bone. Could it be? Perfected Zhongxian and the other two were stunned. However, Yi Fan was now the disciple of an expert. They did not dare to criticize him. He casually picked up a book on the bookshelf and flipped it open. He wanted to see if Senior's book contained a peerless cultivation technique. This. However, when they flipped open the book and scanned it, they were shocked. He was extremely shocked. They saw a brand new world, a world that was completely different from the Tianyuan continent. However, in this world, everyone was so powerful that they could destroy the Tianyuan continent in a single breath. Hiss! These people are too terrifying. Fortunately, it's just a description in the book. Immortal Ba Shan gasped and said with relief. Ha! The description in the book was personally written by Senior.
Hey.
Chapter 57. Chapter 57:1 Won't go to Yi Hong Restaurant 1. Chapter 57:1 Won't go to Yi Hong Restaurant 1. You mean that Senior witnessed all of this with his own eyes? Perfected Qiongqing said in a low voice. His breathing quickened, and his entire body began to tremble. In fact, he had already decided on this idea. It was just that it was too shocking and he did not dare to accept it for the time being. Not only did Senior witness it with your own eyes, but I also feel that Senior is an invincible person who walked out of that war. Those people have the sun, moon, and stars in their hands. With a wave of their hands, the universe will collapse. But Senior was able to come out of that war and write down these things. I don't need to say what it means. Daoist Zhongxian said in a deep voice. His body was also trembling. The seniors must have experienced the war. Not only that, they must have survived the war. It was enough to prove that Senior's cultivation had already far surpassed those people. Those people already had the sun, moon, and stars in their hands, breaking the river of time. How terrifying would Senior's methods be? They didn't dare to think about it anymore. His entire body quivered. Senior, I want to buy a book. Perfected Zhongxian was the first to come back to his senses. Holding the book in his hand, he walked into the small courtyard. Seeing this, the other two picked up their books and walked towards the courtyard. You want to buy books? Do you think this book is interesting? Xiao Chongtian heard the three of them holding books and threatening to buy them, and he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that the cultivators of this world? He also liked to read these cultivation novels. If that was the case, wouldn't his bookstore be able to continue operating? And business was booming. Your book is so good. Yes. The others also said. All right, I'll sell it to you. 10 copper coins per person.
I'll give you a discounted price.
Xiao Chongtian smiled. Originally, he thought that this book was probably cold, but he didn't expect that these immortal cultivators actually liked to read it. 10 copper coins. Hearing the price, the three of them were shocked. Senior's book recorded a once glorious era. Such a divine book was only sold for 10 copper coins. Perfected Zhongxian, Perfected Qiongqing, and Perfected Beishan looked at each other with shock on their faces. Senior, we'll buy all the books here. Perfected Zhongxian said directly. The matter came to an end. Xiao Changtian weighed the 10 gold taels in his hand and nodded in satisfaction as he watched the 4 of them leave. It seemed that his idea of opening a bookstore was indeed feasible. Just now, he had already communicated with the people of downtown that they wanted to open a bookstore in the relay station. When the time came, he would give the dividends to Immortal De Yang. However, Daoist Big Sun didn't want a single cent. He immediately agreed to this matter and contacted the person in charge of the relay station. He would immediately come to his small courtyard to discuss with him. "Sir, I'm here." At this moment, a fat man with a big belly appeared in front of the courtyard. The fat on his face swayed like waves. He had a sexy mustache and was wearing a large coat. This was the person in charge of the relay station, Xiao Yang. He knew her. "Head shopkeeper Xiao, you're a Xiaxionist. Don't ever call me lord." Xiao Changtian smiled faintly. "Yes, my lord." Xiao Yang nodded. Xiao Changtian was speechless. "All right, let's discuss about opening a bookstore." Xiao Changtian had no choice but to change the topic.
Days.
They lived peacefully. A month passed. The bookstore was built in the courier station, and with Xiao Yang's special promotion, all of Xiao Changtian's books were sold in a short period of time. There was even a shortage of stock. Xiao Changtian was very satisfied. Within a month, another 5 books were written, all of which sold like hotcakes. These people are too strong. Do Qi turning into spirit, how terrifying. A single sword that can sever the river of time. Fuck, this is too awesome. 2. In the Northern Baron State, Xiao Changtian's book had already been widely circulated. The price of this book had already reached 100 taels of gold. However, Xiao Changtian felt that it was a little too scary, so he returned to the normal price. Now he only needed 1 tael of silver. Otherwise, Xiao Changtian's house would be filled with gold. "I'm rich." Xiao Changtian sat in the room and looked at the hundreds of gold taels. He didn't even dare to think about it before. With a few hundred taels of gold, one could already be considered rich among mortals. Compared to those immortal cultivators, this white liang of gold might not be able to buy a spirit stone. However, the system had yet to open up the path of invincibility for him. Even if he obtained spirit stones, he would not be able to cultivate. He was already very satisfied with this gold. "Be content. Disciple, I'm going to buy meat today. I'll personally cook tonight to improve your meals." Xiao Changtian took out a tael of gold and said with a smile. After a while, he would expand the bookstore and open it in Namba State. He had even thought of the name of the academy. It would be called Changtian Bookstore. At this moment, outside downtown, a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure walked over with graceful steps. "My lord wants me to use a honey trap to deal with that person, hee. One don't care what kind of expert you are. Could it be that he could not fall in love with this old lady?" The woman held a cattail leaf fan in her hand. The mountain peaks in front of her chest were like raging waves, and the peaks were like a gathering. It was a magnificent sight. A breeze blew past. It carried a strange fragrance. Behind her were dozens of beautiful women, all of whom had sweet smiles on their faces. "Lady boss, when we reach downtown, will you really give us 1 tael of gold every month?" A girl asked in confusion. That's right. Even in those big places, rich people were generous, but they did not even get 1 tael of gold a month. Yes. The group of women chattered. "Don't worry. The tael of gold that I promised you will definitely be fulfilled." The woman who was walking at the front with a cattail leaf fan smiled contemptuously. In his eyes, trash like gold was just a stone. It was useless. His main goal was to deal with Xiao Changtian. A few days later, in downtown, a pavilion named Happy Red Court had been built at some point in time. Instantly, It caused an uproar in the entire Daong town, especially the mortals of Daong town. When had they ever seen such a beautiful woman? They all went to Yi Hong Pavilion curiously. Even Xiao Changtian had heard about this matter. His face revealed a puzzled expression. Yi Hong Pavilion, isn't this? What was it? Xiao Changtian didn't say it. However, he would never go, not even if he was beaten to death. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.